In state tournament play, some players must step up. And so it was for the Lockport third baseman, Amy Ligmanowski. 3 for 3 and 3 runs batted in. And at midnight, the big train pulled into town. Shannon Lindgren, 15 strikeouts. Lindgren, Ligmanowski, it adds up to a ticket to the state semifinals. Remains to be sent for a spot in the state championship game. And who receives it will be decided next as the Lockport Porters square off against the Glenwood Redskins in the girls class AA state semifinal. And hi again, everybody. And along with Bob Gonsolin, I'm Dave Bernhard. We welcome you to Merriam Bell Field on the campus of Northern Illinois University. And for these two teams here today, well, it was a late night and a very early morning. Last night, the Lockport Porters finally won their ball game against Stevenson 2-0 at about 1:30 in the morning. So here they are now back about 10 hours later. But for Lockport, Bob, this is a big ball game, obviously, the semifinals. But for Barb Burke, it's big in more ways than one.
Well, if Lockport should come out of here victorious today, it will be win number 600 for Barb Burke. Now, I'll tell you how big of a number 600 is. You could coach a team, Dave, win 25 games a year, not take a year off for 20 years, and you'd still be 100 wins away.
Well, she's got a tough one here today, though, against Chatham Glenwood, and one of the reasons why, their ace, Lindsay Tasker.
Well, Lindsay Tasker goes to the mound, not real big in stature, but this girl is a quality pitcher. She comes in with 218 strikeouts. She's going to work the Lockport hitters in and out, and she may be tough today.
Tasker shut out Lane Tech in the quarterfinals to get to this game. Now, how about a shutout in the last quarterfinal game? Well, that's what Shannon Lindgren did. She had 15 strikeouts against Stevenson. She'll be on the rubber today.
Well, Shannon Lindgren just continues to roll right along. The big train has led them this far. Now she hopes to take them all the way. Well over 300 strikeouts coming into this game. And again, as we said last night, at least one strikeout in every single inning in that ball game.
If there is a concern today for Lockport, it would come in the health department. Of course, last night, Kitty Blackmore led off this ball game with a double, tried to stretch it into a triple, but therein lies her potential problem.
Well, I talked to Coach Barb Burke just a few minutes ago, Dave, and she said that Katie's thumb is a little stiff. It's a little sore right now. She is having trouble gripping the ball and throwing a little bit, but she says she'll be fine.
McChesney Park Harlem is in the championship game, and one of these two teams will join them. It'll either be the Glenwood Redskins or the Lockport Porters. We've got that first pitch here on Media One coming up next.
Wait. To turn it on, I have to wait. Basically, I'm doing a lot of waiting.
With Media One, just click, 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 and you're there.
Throughout the day, I am one click away from the internet.
Broadband technology speeds everything up. It's fast.
Instead of pushing a button 50 times and getting a busy signal.
Media One is always on.
It's fast.
It changed my life, my internet life.
It is unbelievable.
Media One Express. This is broadband. This is the way.
Severs pumps, straight down! The biggest game of the season takes place in an overcast, humid day in DeKalb, and it matches the Lockport Porters and the Chatham Glenwood Redskins. 67 wins between them here in the state semifinals. We welcome you back to Mary M. Bell Field. I'm Dave Bernhardt. Bob Gonsolin is alongside. This place has been rocking here for the last day and a half. Obviously some great fan support, but weather-wise, which could be a factor here, Bob, this place could be rocking before the day is out as well.
Yeah, they're expecting some heavy rain maybe to come this way. Right now, it's southwest of here, several miles. So hopefully we can get this game in, and then if it comes, they can do whatever they need to do to finish this thing off. But it's very, very sticky out there right now. That 85% humidity, you can feel that.
Well, the Lockport Porters will occupy the first base dugout once again. That means they will get to bat first, and this is a very familiar order. No changes here. Katie Blackmore, LaToya Campbell, and Amy Ligmanowski will get things going. Ligmanowski last night with her 3-for-3 performance raised her average nearly 20 points up to 298. Jessica Sullins and Julie Balicki and Kristen Perry occupy the middle three of the Lockport order, and Jenny Stringham, Erica Cliff, and Shannon Lindgren will round out the offensive unit for the Lockport Porters. Defensively here for Chatham Glenwood, Natalie Overman will be your left fielder. Becky Westendorf is in center. Erin Carr is in right. Jenny Floyd, the third baseman. Tori Hughes is at short. Susie Lair, outstanding hitter. We'll talk more about her in a little bit, is at second. Stephanie Roberts is at first, and behind the plate is Elizabeth Pig, and the person that we had talked about earlier on. We got a good look at her yesterday in the win, the shutout win over Lane Tech. That is Lindsay Tasker.
Lindsay Tasker is probably the big reason that Glenwood appears here today, Dave. She comes in with some very, very good numbers into the tournament. She had 202 strikeouts walking into this thing, but I think this is a situation where Glenwood is going to have to get on top of Lockport early and try to find a way to score some runs off of Shannon Lindgren right away if they can.
Glenwood with a 283 team batting average. Again, some people would have raised their eyebrows a little bit that they only scored 3 runs off of Lane Tech last night. You know, traditionally down here, teams that play a public league team ended up getting big-time scoring.
Oh, yeah, and you know, Lane Tech did throw the ball around a little bit last night, too, which could have added to that score, but that could have been first-game jitters, too, as we talked about yesterday.
In her 27th year of coaching at Lockport High School, Barb Burke will lead the charge onto the field. She's in the semifinals once again. That's making her 6th appearance here. More importantly for Barb Burke, she's aware of that, just 1 win shy of 600 wins. And boy, in about 2 hours, she'd sure like to have that 600th win behind her name. She was hitting infield a little bit earlier on here this morning.
Well, this is, you know, if Barb Burke does, you know, win this game here, Lockport does win, this will be the 4th time that they've played in the championship game under Coach Barb Burke.
Lindsay Tasker, now she has put that jersey top on. First time I've seen a pitcher this year warm up without the jersey. Now the jersey's on, and you'll take a look at her, and obviously, stature-wise, you mentioned, Bob, she's not imposing, but there's some imposing numbers there.
Yeah, 21-5 is nothing to blink at. I mean, you know, it's the earned run average for softball is a little up, but I mean, anything under 1 is considered pretty good. She comes in again with several strikeouts. As you can see, 218. She struck out 16 in the ball game last night. Only 31 walks and only 23 earned runs.
Yeah, between those 2 quarterfinal games last night, between Tasker and Lindgren, there were 31 strikeouts combined in those 14 innings of work. Well, Lockport comes in here 33-2. Their only losses on the season to Thornwood and to Joliet Township. Chatham Glenwood is 34-5. Barb Burke will head into that third base coaching box, get things started. She'll have a quick conversation with their leadoff hitter, Katie Blackmore. LaToya Campbell will follow her, and then Amy Ligmanowski will bat third. It'll be interesting. We talked about Blackmore, her thumb. We watched her get her thumb taped up after she slid into third base last night. You notice, look at that. She gave a 5 to Barb Burke with her left hand.
Right.
And now Blackmore, she has her right hand, top hand. You wonder how much trigger that's going to be for her.
Yeah, you really have to drive with that right hand when you bat, but even more importantly, we're going to have to see how she throws the ball. She has to make a throw and cut a runner down somewhere.
So the All-State center fielder will lead things off here in the state semifinals. Tasker misses on the first one. Katie Blackmore on the season, a .425 hitter, and that's legit .425 with 18 runs batted in. She was 1 for 2 with a double last night. 2-0 to Blackmore.
Well, again, as we said coming in, Tasker does get that ball up there pretty good. She had some pretty good heat on that pitch.
Blackmore hits this one right on the nose. We're right to the second baseman, Susie Lair, 1 out. It's a good one for Lair to get out of her system. Nice ball right to her.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's an easy one. And then again, that could be a hard one.
With 1 out, Tasker will face Latoya Campbell, the number 2 hitter in the Porter lineup. Once again, Latoya Campbell always finds herself in the middle of action. She was 2 for 3 last night, had a double, but she had a key infield hit that turned into an error that allowed the Porters to score their first run in what would become the eventual winning run in the win over Stevenson. Latoya Campbell puts so much pressure on the defense. She takes up high, 2-0. You force the infielders in a little bit tighter. In fact, you look at shortstop, second base. They are in tighter than normal. Taking all the way, 2-1.
Well, and that's Campbell's game there, you know, slap and, you know, try to get the pitch she can to slap to the left side to the shortstop's right and use that good speed.
Slaps it out of play up over the batting cages here at Mary M. Bell Field. This facility just in its second year of use for the girls AA state tournament.
I don't think I've ever seen Latoya really pull the ball hard, but boy, if she hits one in that gap in right center, she's going to run for quite a while.
2-2 pitch. Takes it up high. The count will go full. Tasker, a senior. That is the story in itself. We'll get to that a little bit later as far as the experience here on this Glenwood team. Full count pitch, looped into left field, and Latoya Campbell finds herself on with 1 out in the first inning.
No, this is a very, very good at bat here for Latoya Campbell. She worked Tasker very, very well in this count. Finally gets something she can handle out and over the plate and just lifts it over the infield into short left field for a single.
That will bring up the hitting star for Lockport last night. Sophomore third baseman Amy Ligmanowski. A 3 for 3 performance and a run batted in. She wants to bunt it along. Unable to do so on pitch number 1. Got her 9th run batted into the season last night. We said raised her average about 20 points in one night's work. Actually, I keep saying last night. It was this morning when she got her 3 for 3 game. Pulls back. The count goes 1-1.
And it just goes to show you when you get to a new tournament, new things can happen in the sectional. Ligmanowski was 1 for 9, and now she's starting to hit at the right time for this team, being in the third hole.
She'll be followed in the order by Jessica Sullins. Slap looking to go over the head of first baseman Stephanie Roberts. Ligmanowski, one of a couple of sophomores in the starting lineup for the Porters. Of course, Julie Balicki, the other. Latoya Campbell is down at first base with 1 out here in the first inning. Checked it up on the outside pitch. They will appeal. And they say she's okay.
I didn't think she went either, really, to be honest with you, but I didn't know what they were going to call there.
Our home plate umpire today is John Woodmayer out of Woodstock. John Selliston is the umpire at first, and John Washburn, the umpire at third. Ligmanowski loops it into center, but there is the center fielder, Becky Westendorf, and Campbell has to get back in a hurry. 2 gone in the first.
Well, Ligmanowski hit this ball right on the nose, but unfortunately right at someone, at Becky Westendorf in center field. She tries to double up Campbell in first, but the throw was late. It actually hit Campbell too. But Ligmanowski continues to swing a very good bat.
Jessica Sullins had a hit in 3 at-bats last night in the win over Stevenson. Campbell got a little jump off first base and came on back. Sullins with 19 runs batted in. That leads the Porters in a balanced attack. 3 other players have 18 RBIs. Lockport, a 308 hitting team. Good pitch from Tasker.
Well, when you see something like that, Dave, it tells you one thing. Someone's hitting a ton or the whole team is participating. This is a very good pitch here by Tasker, as you're going to see as it breaks to the outside part of the plate, even outside of the zone.
Count 2 balls and 1 strike with 2 outs here to Sullins. Campbell keeping those feet alive at first base. The count's now 3-1. Tasker's had to work a little bit harder here in the first inning than she had to work all last night against Lane Tech. That's ball 4. Porters have runners at first and second here in the top of the first inning. Only the 32nd walk of the year and 198 innings pitched by Tasker. Now we'll bring up Julie Balicki. Balicki, one of those Porters with 18 runs batted in. Hitless last night in 3 at-bats. Good cut, just got a piece of it.
Well, Julie's just going to want to relax here and just try and hit the ball hard someplace. Make Glenwood come up with the ball and make a play to end it.
You have LaToya Campbell with great speed at second base. Tasker misses outside 1-1. Similar situation last night. We saw Campbell at second base, a base hit. That Campbell was held to third because the ball was hit right at a fielder. Anything away from a fielder, Campbell will score here. Oh, and Tasker just blows that one by.
Yeah, Balicki. Sure, up and in. Chatham's outfielders, or Glenwood's outfielders are pretty deep. I think a hit's definitely going to score Campbell with that kind of speed she has at second base. She'll be off with the crack of the bat because there are 2 outs.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Campbell at second. Sullins is at first. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Well, I can't imagine Tasker threw this many pitches in any one inning last night.
Here's the 2-2 delivery. Strike 3 swinging. And that had some pretty good giddy up on it right there. First strike out of the game for Lindsay Tasker. She had 16 last night, and the Porters will leave 2 people on base here after 1/2 inning of play. We go to the bottom of inning number 1. That will bring up Glenwood Redskins out of Chatham, Illinois, a .283 team batting average. They come at you this way. Aaron Carr is in right field. Tori Hughes is the shortstop. Susie Lair, here's the hitter you have to keep off the bases. 17 extra base hits and a whopping 32 RBIs. Becky Westendorf is in center. DH today is Katie Young. She is batting for the first baseman, Stephanie Roberts. Jenny Floyd, Lindsay Tasker will bat for herself. Catcher's Elizabeth Pigg. And you see the left fielder. That should be Natalie Overman in left field. As far as Lockport is concerned, defensively, LaToya Campbell is in left, Katie Blackmore in center, and Julie Balicki in right. Ligmanowski, Stringham, Sullins, and Van Boston across the infield. Kristen Perry, the unsung hero of this team. She just does all the quiet and great things behind the plate. The person she's catching is a very familiar face here on Media One. It's Shannon Lindgren.
Well, again, as we said before, Shannon Lindgren has really done the job here for Lockport this year. A stellar record. 24-1 coming into this, 0.29 earned run average. It's hard to get earned runs on this girl, folks. But one of the most impressive things as she comes to this ball game is the 328 strikeouts and only 12 walks.
She will face Aaron Carr, Tori Hughes, and Susie Lair as we start the bottom of the first inning. Earlier today, Harlem scored a run in the 7th inning and knocked off Sicka West Sandburg. The Eagles falling 1-0. Tough loss for them. They were looking to get to a championship game after finishing 4th in the Sicka West. They'll play in the 3rd place game as Carr takes first pitch up high for a ball.
Oh, we talked a lot on the Sports Zone, Dave, and during the ball games we've done with Lockport, how tough the Sicka West is. And Sandburg, of course, as you say, finished 4th and have a chance to finish 3rd in the state tournament.
Carr checks it up just a bit. 2 balls and 1 strike. Lindgren, her last 3 games, to tell you what, 42 strikeouts. That's mowing them down, folks. Of course, included in that was that 19 strikeout performance in the 15-inning win in the sectional semifinal game against Downers Grove South. That last pitch on appeal was called a strike.
Oh.
And that one nearly was called a strike again. So the count is 2 balls and 2 strikes.
But the ump didn't flinch. I didn't see a flinch that time.
Oh, I thought I did.
Did you?
I thought I saw that right shoulder blade wiggle a little bit. 2-2 pitch. Lindgren blows away Carr.
Well, it's so nice when you go to a ball game and you've got a pitcher that can get it up there the way Shannon Lindgren can, and you can see that Aaron Cards is overmatched on this at-bat.
That'll be Tori Hughes next up for Glenwood, 297 hitter with 26 runs batted in. Now, Lindgren's one of these pitchers, you know, she is an all-state pitcher, and, you know, Glenwood has not faced a pitcher of her caliber. It's a good hitting team, but a team that will take a while to get adjusted and timed into the speed that Lindgren brings it up there. When she's popping the glove here early.
Oh, yeah. She's definitely, she brought some gas with her. There's no question about that.
1 ball and 1 strike. We're in the semifinals. Not going to catch up with it up there.
Oh, there's no way you're going to hit that high pitch unless you stand tall, and you can't, you know, it's just too hard to hit that pitch.
Tried to climb the ladder a little bit on Hughes. Missed. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Porters were on this field about 10 hours ago. Ooh, misses inside, 3-2. You might say, well, 10 hours ago, big deal. You play a game at 8 in the morning, come back, maybe play a 6 o'clock game at night. Didn't work that way. They finished up at about 1:30 in the morning, and this game starts at 11:30 the same morning. The count's full to Tori Hughes. And now it's not. Second strikeout and 2 at-bats here for the Glenwood Redskins.
Well, Shannon Lindgren has definitely picked up where she left off. She struck the first 2 out last night, and she starts right there again. Fastball right down the middle, and Hughes can't handle it.
You may have picked up behind shortstop Jenny Stringham holding up 1 finger to her outfielders. That means the gas was coming. This is Susie Lair, top hitter on this Chatham Glenwood team. Susie, a .368 hitter with 32 runs batted in. She's a junior second baseman. Have that eye black underneath those eyes. Right down the pipe.
What, you know, Shannon Lindgren is so good that you can know what's coming. And I mean, she can stand on the mound and say, look, what pitch would you like to miss?
The ball is hit hard. And a foul ball just out of the diving reach of Ligmanowski. Well, I don't know if she told Lair what was coming, but Lair put the barrel on it.
Well, this ball really didn't have a chance to get fair once it got past Ligmanowski, because she does hug the line when she plays her third base position up from the bag. And if the ball was fair, more than likely would have been caught.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The bottom of the first inning. Did she go? She sure did. 1, 2, 3. Strikeout, strikeout, strikeout for Chatham Glenwood. We played 1 inning here in the state semifinals. No score.
How long has it been since we've been alone together?
Too long.
It's so good to get away, isn't it?
It sure is.
You know, we need to do this more often.
Well, how about this weekend?
Perfect.
Family. Isn't it about time?
Ew, yuck. Well, don't look then.
You go to bed. I'll come read you a story in a minute.
From the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
I was going to say we're going to talk about one of our most favorite players because she's so intense, Julie Balicki. A little bit of a grin for the camera right there. But you want to get a feeling for Julie Balicki's intensity. Obviously, you can see it on her face. You can see it the way she swings the bat. You can also see in what she had to say about playing last night at 1:30. Well, playing it late at night is fun. I'm up for doing it here. We just want to play, and that's the way that young lady approaches the game. We just want to play.
And you know, Dave, I've seen Julie play, as I said in the past, since she was about 8, 9, 10 years old, and nothing has changed. She's just grown a little bit, that's all. She played that way at a very young age.
Porter's had 1 hit and 1 walk-off of Tasker in the top of the first inning. We go to the top of the second. Kristen Perry will lead it off. She'll be followed by Jenny Stringham and then Erica Cliff. Perry, the leading hitter for the Porters last year, a .222 batting average. This year, she has sacrificed offense for rock-solid defensive play behind the plate.
Well, Kristen Perry's quality, there's no question about that, especially defensively, as you say, Dave, in a position where you really need it, too.
Chops this one to third on the short hop. Jenny Floyd will bring it across. So with one gone, we go to Jenny Stringham. Stringham, the senior shortstop, 0 for 3 last night. .263 batting average. Right at the knees. Good pitch there from Tasker.
Well, Tasker, again, as we said, is going to move the ball around, and the Lockport hitters are going to have to adjust to that as this game progresses.
There it goes. Low and in to up and away. 1 ball and 1 strike. Jenny, one of those quiet leaders on this team. This one's popped up in foul territory. First baseman Roberts wants it and has it. 2 up, 2 down. Batting in the 8th spot in the Lockport lineup is a designated hitter, Erica Clift. The bottom 5 hitters in this Lockport lineup had just 1 hit between them in the quarterfinal game last night. Just 1 of the 7. Actually, should say 1 of the 8 hits. 7 hits were garnered by the top 4 in the order.
There's no question, Dave. The top did their job last night for this ball club. But that's a team. You know, that's a team effort. You know, it could be the bottom today. You never know.
Well, I was going to say in the sectionals, it was the bottom of the order. Against Downers Grove South, as Clift sends this to center field. Westendorf cannot get there. Base hit for Erica Clift. It comes with 2 outs.
That's a very, very important hit in a lot of ways, but one way that hit is important is the fact that you're going to turn the lineup over come the 3rd inning. And you see a pitch that may have gotten in a little bit here on Clift. Well, actually, it didn't. Just didn't get all of it. It sinks into center field, and Westendorf was playing deep and didn't have a chance to come in and make a play here.
Pop it, Shannon, pop it.
Shannon Lindgren is at the plate, batting in the 9th spot. Shannon, 6'1", 6'2", take your pick. Not only does she look big in the mound, she looks big in that batter's box. Pretty good average to go with that size. And this one's rifled up the middle, a base hit. Clift had to hustle into second base, as hard hit as that ball was, and once again, Lockport has 2 runners on with 2 outs.
And I'll tell you what, that ball almost scooted between the legs of the center fielder out there, Becky Westendorf. It was close. Lindgren, as you can see, hits a rocket right through the middle, and as you said, Dave, Clift had to hurry up to get to second base, and this almost got through the wickets.
To the top of the order, and Katie Blackmore. Blackmore will take the first pitch for a strike. Blackmore hit the ball harder last time up, lining out to the second baseman. This ball is hit to left center field. Base hit for Blackmore. Coming in to score will be Clift. Lindgren will be held at 3rd on the RBI double from Katie Blackmore.
Well, Katie Blackmore gets a pitch she can handle up and right in the middle of the strike zone and drives it in to left center field for a double, scoring the first run of the game as Erica Clift comes around to score. Lindgren goes from 1st to 3rd on the hit, and the bottom of the lineup got this thing started. We just said it a few minutes ago.
1-0 Porters. Latoya Campbell is at the plate. 2 out hits from Erica Clift, Shannon Lindgren, 8-9 in the bottom part of that order, and then Blackmore with the RBI double. 3 straight 2-out hits.
And it goes to show you, you are never out of it if you have an out left. Nobody on with 2 outs.
Campbell now has runners at 2nd and 3rd. Takes that for a called strike. 2-1 the count. Boy, Tasker has to bear down now. To the 3rd baseman. Floyd gloves it. A 1-hopper across, but it works. But in the inning, Lockport picks up the first run of the game. It comes on 3 2-out hits, and they lead it 1-0 as we go to the bottom of the 2nd. Sievers pumps, throws, Coming to you from Northern Illinois University, the site of the girls' AA state softball tournament. This was game time weather. Comfortable 75 degrees, but that humidity, it says 85%. It feels like about 95%. A calm wind. We are expecting some rain. Now, whether this game can be completed before that rain comes, that remains to be seen. But weather will certainly be a factor, I think, Bob, as this day plays out.
Yeah. And it seems like the rainstorms we've been getting over the last few days here are coming around 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the weather really becomes unsettled. This is very, very unsettled air above us. It's been in our area in Illinois here for several days now.
It will be 4, 5, and 6. The bottom of the second inning for Chatham Glenwood. Top 3 hitters all struck out in the first inning. This is Becky Westendorf. She'll lead it off, be followed by Katie Young and then Jenny Floyd.
Well, Lockport struck here first in the top of the first, Dave, and that's the earliest Lockport has scored if you count the sectional and this state championship. I can't speak for the regional, but this is the first time they've come out of the gate this early.
And now you force a team like Glenwood to have to play catch-up against Lindgren. Westendorf to lead it off. Becky, interesting numbers for her, the senior center fielder. Just a .229 average. However, she does have 21 runs batted in, hitting in this cleanup spot. Count evens up, 1-1.
Well, of those 25 hits, 21 produced runs too. That's monumental.
3 strikeouts and 3 batters faced by Lindgren today.
That's good.
2 balls and 1 strike. Lockport bidding for their second state championship in 3 years. Westendorf to the outfield for a base hit. So here come the Redskins starting off the second inning. The leadoff hitter reaches.
Well, 229 or not coming in here, it's time. It's a totally different atmosphere now. It's the state tournament. Westendorf's not waiting around and getting herself behind in the count too far. Drops one in center field that Blackmore tried to throw her out at first. Really had no chance. Might have been testing that thumb even. You never know.
That will bring up the designated hitter, Katie Young, batting for the first baseman, Stephanie Roberts. Bunts right through that. Got that bat around way too late. In fact, we talk about how you're late on a swing. Young completely misjudged the speed of that fastball and never got that barrel of the bat even close to being able to bunt that ball. Pulls back on a bunt.
Well, she was out there that time.
1 ball and 1 strike. Van Vossen at first, Ligmanowski at third. In tight. Foul ball. And we'll go back and send Westendorf back to first base.
Well, this really it puts a hole in your coaching strategy here for Glenwood. With Lockport, like you say, Dave, jumped on him for a run already. We're only an inning and a half into this game, and it is like a couple of runs for most pitchers when Lockport gets up 1.
A ball and 2 strikes to Young. Gets a piece of that one. Ricochets off a couple of masts back there. There's Kristen Perry. Yeah, there's a camaraderie between umpires and catchers. They really, look out for each other.
Oh yeah, they can share each other's bruises too.
Lindgren is ready. Into the infield. You hear Jenny Stringham screaming for it. She'll make the catch for the first out of the inning. With 1 out, the sacrifice did not work. So a runner still at first. Jenny Floyd will come to the plate. Floyd, a senior third baseman. In fact, we will say seniors a lot here for Chatham Glenwood. They have 7 starters returning from the 1996 fourth place team. Now think about that, back in 96, a year before Lockport won the state title, 7 of these Glenwood players started for that team. Once again, misfiring on a bunt attempt.
Well, is it any wonder why they're back? You know, I mean, experiencing that at such a young age. That's 3 seasons ago. And here they are back again trying to do it one more time.
The only players that did not play in that game, sophomore Erin Carr, of course she was in grade school, and so was Susie Lair. Popped into the air. Perry will not have a chance at this one. Well, Lindgren's so tough to bunt against. That's the dilemma that the Redskins are in right now. Hey! Still down at first base is Westendorf with 1 out. Now they're looking at Blackmore out at second base.
Got something in her eye or something?
Jessica Sullins peering down underneath Blackmore's cap. As Lindgren is waiting. There we go. Hey, you got bugs in the air or what? The answer to that question, folks, I can tell you is yes. They are out there.
You know, I tell you what, I can't remember. Katie Blackmore's continuously got a smile on her face when she's in some of the most serious situations.
Get a look at the surroundings here. Wonderful complex here at Northern Illinois University. Tried to go upstairs on Floyd. Floyd would have nothing of it.
And that's the pitch you have to lay off, as we said hundreds of times already. If you want to have a chance to get to Lindgren, you have to lay off that pitch.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Into the air. Van Vossen wants it and will make the catch in fair territory. 2 outs. So a runner still stuck at first base.
Well, Lori Van Vossen is definitely a very good defensive first baseman. She has a very good stretch when the ball is thrown to her. She does a very nice job over there and a good arm for a first baseman, too.
You know what's interesting about Van Vossen, she leads this entire tournament in home runs with 3, and she doesn't bat. Lindsay Tasker, the pitcher, looks to do a little hitting here to help herself out. Lindsay, well, we would be lying to you if you said she was not more successful on the mound than at the plate. Just a 188 hitter for the Redskins. Lindgren struck out the side in the first inning. She's got a couple of pop-outs here in the second. Lockport leads it 1-0. Looking to join McChesney Park Harlem in the state championship game. Right at the knees. That's a tough pitch right there for Tasker to work with.
Now she's probably going to be coming upstairs. And again, that pitch it's hard to lay off, but it's the only way you have to possibly get at Lindgren.
This one is sent out of play.
You know, it's interesting. We talk about that high pitch that Lindgren throws and how you should lay off it. The one team I saw this year that really, for the most part, laid off that pitch was Joliet in the sectional, and they had Lindgren hooked for a while in that game. You know, they were winning that game.
I think that has something to do with familiarity.
Sure.
I mean, you see her, in fact, you play with her on the same team. There's a called 3rd strike. That's the 4th strikeout of the day for Lindgren. So the leadoff batter is stranded at first, and we've played 2 complete innings. Lockport 1, Glenwood nothing here on Media One. Lockport Porters, maybe the favorite prior to this entire tournament beginning, maybe the favorite to win it all, and they swept right through that Hinsdale South regional, shutting out all 3 of their opponents. We talked about how tough it was in that Aurora sectional. Of course, Joliet Township, that's a 4-3 score. And actually, the quarterfinals last night, I think some late-night gremlins got into that. That was just a 2-0 win, though. You know, it seemed like a 4-0 domination last night. In fact, I believe it was Dick Goss from the Herald News said, did a 2-0 game ever feel like a blowout to you like tonight's did? And it did.
Yeah, it was nowhere near as close as that score indicated, because Lindgren just, you know, she was on top of her game last night. There's no question about that. Stevenson, to me, never really had a chance to do anything. And it was just a matter of when Lockport was going to get a run. And they finally got that couple of runs in the 5th inning, I believe it was. And that was pretty much the end of that game.
Well, the question when Lockport is going to get a run in this game has already been answered. They picked up one in the second inning. They lead this game 1-0 as we start the third inning with Amy Ligmanowski. 3-4-5 here in the Lockport order. Right to the shortstop Hughes. One pitch, one out. Tasker, after making the final out of the inning, gets back out there and a pretty easy time getting the first pitch out.
I'm sure Lindsay Tasker doesn't mind that at all.
Jessica Sullins walked back in the first inning. Well, she just waved at that one, really off balance. Tasker took a little bit off it. Sullins looks at the pitch right down the middle.
Yes, Tasker definitely had something on that pitch too. Good heat.
Sullins stays alive. The one thing about Lindsay Tasker, and we saw Emily Granath yesterday had an excellent changeup, and then Alyssa Wisniewski in games we covered here on Media One. I think Tasker's change of speeds a little more subtly. I mean, it isn't the big time changeup, it's just enough off it to get you on your front foot.
Yeah, just a couple of miles an hour less. Instead, like you say, like that big difference. And that can be just as devastating too.
Once again, Sullins hacks away in an 0-2 pitch.
Good job, 18, you will.
Lindsay Tasker has allowed a run. 4 hits. Porters have swung the bats here. 8 hits last night in their game against Stevenson. Sullins looking for her first hit today. So have to wait at least one more pitch. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Swing and a miss. Second strikeout of the day for Tasker. 2 up, 2 down here in the third.
I'll tell you what, Lindsay Tasker put this ball in a very, very good spot. No matter what Jessica Sullins did, even if she makes contact, this ball isn't going to go very far. Way inside, and sawed her off big time for the strikeout.
Julie Balicki was the strikeout victim number 1. That closed out the first inning. She stands in now. Good pitch.
Yeah, took a little bit off it, as you say, moved the ball to the outer half of the plate. Balicki not only was out in front, but missed it with the end of the bat, too.
Well, this is where the rally started last inning. 2 up, 2 down, and single, single, double. Blackmore's double, and that's the Porters, their only run. Lindsay Tasker, senior, has our 6 other of her teammates on the field. Chatham Glenwood, what a great year they've had athletically. Of course, they won the state 4A football championship. Chatham down near the Springfield area.
Just make contact. That's all I want is contact. Good, solid contact.
Easy enough, simply said, right?
That's right. It's a simple game.
When you watch it on TV. Balicki doesn't like this cat and mouse game.
It's a simple game that's pretty hard to perform.
And that's the beauty of it. That's the absolute beauty of baseball and softball.
Don't cross.
Right now, Julie Balicki may be thinking just a little bit too much here. She's not too happy with herself.
Coach Burke telling her now to get her hands up a little bit. She feels like she dropped her hands on that last pitch.
That's a good pitch there from Tasker.
Wow.
A good situation to throw that pitch. Look
Boy,
at
I'll
Lindsay.
tell you, that's a hospital speed zone there, man, about 25.
Lofted to right field. Settling underneath it is Aaron Carr, and that's a 1-2-3 inning. 3 up, 3 down for the Porters. In the third, we go to the bottom of the third inning. It's 1-0 Lockport.
I've been playing soccer for 9 years. I like all different types of moves in soccer. Bicycle is one of them. It's one of the best ways to score in a game.
When you love something, you'll go to any lengths to do it right. So why treat your health any differently? It's still as easy as ever to get HIV, the virus that causes AIDS. And you probably already know how to protect yourself. If you don't, find out and then use what you know.
Be a force for change.
When you protect yourself, you protect everybody.
Well, 2 out, 2 in. 2 up, 2 down. 2 up, 2 down for the Porters. In the third, we go to the bottom of the third inning. It's 1-0 Lockport.
1-0
Well, you think it takes a little bit of mental toughness sometimes playing a state tournament. Look at this. Because of the rain we had last night, not even anticipating any rain here later today, Lockport is going to have to be playing 3 games in a span of less than 24 hours if they advance into the championship ball. Well, actually, either way, because they'll be in a third-place game or the championship game. Boy, that's making you earn it.
Yeah, that's. But you know, you can't stop Mother Nature. You know, and she came through yesterday with some wicked showers that dumped just a ton of water on this field. But you know, as we said last night, Dave, the grounds crew here did an excellent job to get this field back in shape. It's definitely playable now, dried out. A very good facility here.
You know, the irony of what you're seeing right there in terms of having to play 3 games in 24 hours is back in 1996 when Glenwood finished 4th in the state. They played 3 games in 1 day because of weather conditions. And actually, the way things were looking last night, there were conversations that very thing may have had to happen today had they not been able to get this field ready last night.
Very, very close to calling that off last night. Very close.
I would say we were 5 minutes away from wiping out the 2 quarterfinals. They eventually got them in. We're right on schedule here. So are the Lockport Porters, leading 1-0 as we go to the bottom of the 3rd inning, where 8-9-1 will greet Shannon Lindgren. Elizabeth Pig, the catcher, will look at strike 1.
And a very emphatic strike 1, too. Boy, she had something on that one.
Waves at that, 0-2.
And again, that's that high pitch that we talk about time and time again. You know, it's impossible to get on top of.
It's a piece of it, enough to send it by Ligmanowski, who makes a tough play. What a tough angle Amy Ligmanowski had to go to approach that ball.
Well, when you play in, almost every pop-up's behind you. You know, and it's a shallow position at third, but she looked down to see where the base was, too. So she didn't trip over that going back. And, you know, that's one thing you won't see in baseball very much, a guy looking for the base unless he's coming in. But that was not as easy a catch as she made it look.
Natalie Overman, well bet. She is the left fielder. Overman, a .370 batting average, 19 RBIs, and we have seen a lot of teams here put a number 9 hitter down there with big numbers like that.
You know, something we've left unsaid here. I've watched Lockport play several games now this year. That team in the field communicates with each other better than any team I've seen. Katie Blackmore is constantly talking to the right and left fielders.
You know, and that's interesting, too, as Overman takes that for a ball, 2 balls and 1 strike, because they're walking behind the outfield fence in the earlier semifinal, and you really did, that was one thing I did notice. You did not hear outfield communication among the outfielders for Harlem and Sandburg. There's Julie Balicki in right field.
Well, and you've also got Jenny Stringham signaling the pitches out to the outfield, which is further communication, and I haven't seen anybody else doing that. Now, maybe they are, but I just haven't seen it.
Okay, let's see what pitch. There's Jenny. Looks like we're going to get an off-speed pitch here. Out of play. I'm sure if Barb Burke knew we were stealing her team's signs off her shortstop, she wouldn't be too happy about it.
Well, 1, 2, and 3, and 4 are always the same. You know what they are.
Couldn't quite tell how many fingers she had up.
But by the time the hitters get to view these signals, it's going to be too late.
Oh, it is. 1 out here in the 3rd inning, 2-2. Count on the batter, Overman. She goes through that one. 5th strikeout here for Lindgren through 2 2/3 innings.
Well, Shannon Lindgren just keeps the mowing job going here, mowing down the Glenwood hitters, and you'll see again strike 3 and stepping out of the box, Natalie Overman. Really, again, no chance to do anything with this ball.
So we go to the top of the Redskin lineup, and that's where Erin Carr stands. Carr, a sophomore right fielder, one of just 2 underclassmen in this starting lineup today for the Redskins. Strikeout victim in her first at bat. Now a conversation here. Not sure exactly what John Celestin is.
I don't know if she's got something on her finger or something. She showed him her hand.
John Woodmayer will come out, the home plate umpire. He's the umpire-in-chief for this tournament. Look, a little Band-Aid there in her.
Or maybe she's taking off the batting glove. Well, no, it is something on her throwing hand. They're making her take off a Band-Aid or something, right? Is there any sandpaper in it? As if she needs it, you know?
Well, now we're going to get a little doctoring work done. What?
Oh, ow.
Something hurt there. Easy for me to laugh, right? Actually, I'll tell you what. I can afford to laugh because Porter's pegged me with a softball about a week ago, so I can afford to laugh.
Dixie Lomar.
Was it?
Dixie Lomar, I found out today.
Okay.
I'm not going to say who ratted her out, though.
She didn't do it on purpose.
No.
Well, I wonder what this is here with Shannon, because she obviously
She may have a
is very
small cut on
uncomfortable.
her finger or something.
Yeah, it's very uncomfortable.
She's got to deal with.
She doesn't want anything on there, I don't think.
Well, maybe they're not allowing her to have that Band-Aid on, and there's nothing she can put on. Any kind of white tape or something might, you know, distract the hitter. But she's going to have to throw a few without it and just suck it up and go. You know, it makes me wonder who noticed that. Now, was it the umpire noticing that, or was it a coach pointing it out to the umpire?
I would bet it's a coach pointing it out.
Yeah. And maybe the first base coach, because the first base umpire you're getting a look at right there is the one who went to the mound.
One ball.
Hey, for a base hit
Now one strike to Aaron Carr. 2 outs here in the third inning. Carr made a late decision to swing, and if you make a late decision, folks, you ain't getting it.
Yeah, you might as well make no decision.
Two-strike pitch.
Wow.
Held up in time.
You know, Shannon Lindgren could break a catcher's mitt in probably in one session of warming up.
We get a look at her right hand.
Well, now we got the Band-Aid incident now. We've seen it all, man.
Ooh, that's a pretty good pitch right there. Just misses down low. 3-2, full count here to Carr. She gets on. She'll be followed by Tori Hughes.
Hit a flat rise ball. Here we go.
Lindgren taking plenty of time here. Now she's ready. 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. On a 2-strikeout per inning pace. 1-2-3 here in the third inning. At the end of 3 complete, Lockport 1, Glenwood nothing here in the state semifinal. With Bob Gonsolin, I'm Dave Bernhard. We go into the top of the fourth inning. Lockport put together 4 hits, good for 1 run. 3 of those 4 hits came in succession in the second inning. Katie Blackmore's double, the lone RBI of this ball game. And you know, I know that all these young ladies for Lockport, obviously working hard to get to the championship ball game, but yet they are all very much aware of their head coach, Barb Burke. She is 1 win away, in fact 4 innings away from her 600th career coaching win. And we talked about this last night. We talked about it a couple of times. You put in perspective in a pregame, Bob, what it would take to get 500 wins.
Yeah.
Well, she has nearly 600 after starting her career with a 4-1 record her first year, 7-4 the next year, 11-3, 11-5. That means you're winning an awful lot of games here in the last 15 years or so.
Yeah, she's been good for a long time, and so has this ball club.
Kristen Perry leads off the fourth inning for the Porters. Great stop at third base by Floyd, and the throw across. Jenny Floyd took a hit away from Kristen Perry.
And you just took the words right out of my mouth. That's exactly what she did, going to her left on a hard smash here off the bat of Kristen Perry, but Floyd comes up with it, gets to her feet quickly too, which is important for an infielder because she threw her out by a good step.
Well, we've seen some great defense in this tournament by all these teams.
You know, we talked about Barb Burke and the 600 wins. I guarantee you, this is important to the seniors, too, that this happens while they're here.
One of those seniors in the box right now, Jenny Stringham. 2-0, the count on her. Jenny fouled out to first base, her last time up. This is the state semifinals. Championship game later tonight. That pitch is called a strike as Stringham tries to spin away from it. The Chesney Park Harlem. They won the very first game of this tournament. Yesterday, they won the first semifinal. Earlier today, they scored 1-0 over Sandburg. That one, the same location, this time it missed.
And I got to say, Dave, if Lockport comes away with a win here, that title game is going to be a good ball game tonight.
Yes, it will, and it will be a loud crowd because people from Chesney Park, as this ball is hit into right center field, this is good for a base hit. Stringham will look for extra bases, and now she'll decide differently and come back to first base as Becky Westendorf gets up with it in a hurry, but a one-out hit here by Jenny Stringham in the fourth inning.
Well, Jenny Stringham did a very, very good job on a ball up and away to keep her hands on top of the ball and drive it into right center. But with all the rain we've had, it's going to be very, very hard to get a ball to roll to the wall. As you can see there, she stays on top of that ball very, very nicely, stays close and drives it into right center. But it's going to be hard to get one to roll very far today.
Now we'll bring up Erica Clift. She has scored the game's only run. She came home on a two-out double by Katie Blackmore. Well, last night, 7 of the 8 Lockport hits came from the first 4 hitters in the lineup. Here this afternoon, 3 of the 5 hits have come from the bottom 3 batters in the order. The bottom 3 hitters here are 3 for 4 for Lockport. And that's an easy catch there for Elizabeth Pigg.
Oh, man.
And I don't believe Jenny Stringham had any idea at all what was going on in that play. A double play here in a bizarre way as Stringham was already around third base. Weird way to end it here in the fourth. We go to bottom number 4, 1-0 Lockport.
www. Wait.
To turn it on, I have to wait. Basically, I'm doing a lot of waiting.
With Media One,
Just click, and you're there.
Throughout the day, I am one click away from the internet.
broadband technology speeds everything up. It's fast.
Instead of pushing a button 50 times and getting a busy signal.
Media One is always on.
It's fast.
It changed my life, my internet life.
It is unbelievable.
Media One Express. This is broadband. This is the way.
There's the head coach for the Glenwood Redskins, Shawn Zedrick, in her 4th season, and this will be her last season. She has announced her resignation after this particular season. Her team in 1996 finished 4th in the state, and 7 of her present starters were starters on that team. Shawn Zedrick in the quarterfinals last night, her team made some base running errors, and she just wasn't a real happy young lady. Shawn Zedrick, record of 126 and 32, looking to get to that state championship ball game. It's a 6-year record there for Shawn. Now she needs something to happen here in the bottom of the 4th inning to put a smile on her face, and she'll start it here with 2, 3, 4. The Redskin order: Tori Hughes, Susie Lair, and Becky Westendorf. Hughes, a strikeout victim, 1 of 6 today by Lindgren.
Atta girl.
A 1-0 game. We are halfway through this one. Loser of this game will play in the 3rd place game. And that will take place probably by the time this game is over, only about 3.5 hours from the conclusion of this game. The winner goes to the state championship game later tonight.
I'll tell you that is exactly where to pitch Tori Hughes, because her first move is away from the plate. Stay in the outer half, and I guarantee you Lindgren's not going to have a problem here.
1 ball and 2 strikes to Hughes. The leadoff batter here in the 4th inning. Tried to stay down and away, just missed. Two balls, 2 strikes. Susie Lair to follow. So it's important here for Lindgren to keep Hughes off the bases. Back right here by us, just missing the doorway. Bob Gonsolin would have had that. Had it been about 4 feet farther, and would have come right through that doorway. You were ready to make a one-handed stab.
I'll tell you, man, I was there. I was on it.
You know what, though? I had your hand on my chair here to make sure you didn't tip over. Actually, there you go. There you go. See, that's how close the doorway is right there. He was going to leave. You know what? I almost wish you'd have gotten it because we'd have seen you sprawled right there.
Yeah, that's right. Bouncing down the stairs and banging into the screen at the bottom. What a sight that would be.
You wipe out about 15 rows of people on the way down.
Yeah, it wouldn't do the bleachers any good either.
2-strike pitch. Hey, Hughes has worked this count to 3-2.
Right here, 1-3.
See some people starting to pull out some rain gear in the stands. Line drive, base hit, right center field. So Glenwood has that leadoff man aboard. Second hit of the game for the Redskins.
That was a really strange at-bat here for Tori Hughes. You know, early in this at-bat, she really looked overmatched by Lindgren, but she hung in there, and takes a pitch in the outer half, drives it into right center field, and Blackmore cuts it off to keep this from being extra bases. But I'll tell you what, that was as good a bat as I've seen in this game.
Comes at a good time for Chatham Glenwood. Sets it up here for Susie Lair, the 368 hitter with 32 runs batted in. Now the question is, does Sean Zedrick have her best hitter bunt the runner into scoring position? She is bunting, pulls back, takes it inside. Becky Westendorf with 21 RBIs follows in the on-deck circle.
Come on, 9.
Lair bunts foul.
You're right. Top half. Good job. Good job.
Work hard.
Well, you see how important a run is. You have your leading hitter, average-wise, sacrificing herself to try to advance a base runner.
Yeah, and Susie Lair is the big gun, you know, as you say, in this lineup.
Lair struck out her first time up against Lindgren. This one is down, it is fair. Ligmanowski makes the play to first. Sacrifice successful. Now Tori Hughes in scoring position at second base with 1 out.
This ball was bunted in a very, very good area, and the infield isn't going to hurt it at all. A little deaden it here and there. Susie Lair lays it down to the left side here, and Amy Ligmanowski does exactly what she has to do. She charges hard on this ball, scoops it up, and fires over to first to get the out. Left fielder Latoya Campbell coming across to cover third base in case the runner has any designs of going over there.
Hughes is at second with 1 out. Westendorf. We look at Ligmanowski, who made that last play. Becky Westendorf at the plate. She has the other Glenwood hit. Right at the knees, strike 1. Westendorf, a clean hit to center field her last time up. The tying run is at second base here with 1 out in the 4th inning. Right down the middle. Very quickly, Lindgren on top, 0-2.
Well, we've said before many times, this is really where Lindgren gets tough, is when someone gets on her. It seems like she just goes into a different mode and psychs herself up even higher.
Up and away to Westendorf. Softball is an interesting game. You can have a dominating pitcher, you can have a 1-0 lead and feel quite comfortable, but as soon as a runner gets in scoring position, that perspective changes. 1-2 pitch. Westendorf looks at ball 2.
Well, and the one thing Lockport has, a big advantage they have over any team I've seen here, they're playing the shallowest outfield I've seen. So a hit's going to have to go somewhere in between those outfielders. If it's right at him, it's going to be a close play at the plate if they send the runner, Hughes from second.
Westendorf will go down looking. Out number 2 in the 4th inning.
Well, a good hard pitch here on the inner half of the plate here that caught Becky Westendorf looking. She may have been looking away here. Couldn't pull the trigger, thought it was inside, but not too inside for the man in blue.
Hey.
Stepping in against Lindgren will be Katie Young, the designated hitter.
Good half, there, girl. That's it.
Young in her first at bat flew out to the shortstop Stringham. Strike 2, and Lindgren just drills that ball through the glove of Kristen Perry.
Yeah, Shannon definitely seems to get into that mode where, look, They got on me. They got the hit off me. Now it's time for me to go to work. Take care of them.
She's ready. Right here at us, right off the window in front of us.
Right there.
It was. I had that one all the way.
Yeah.
That ball is within, what, 2 feet? That ball was 2 feet of my hand.
Yep.
I had it.
Actually, if the window's not there, Dave, it comes right down.
It has the perfect arc right into my hand.
Yep. They're getting close.
Tori Hughes perched at second base. 2 strikes. Line drive, center field. Hughes is being waved. Here's Blackmore's throw. They've got Hughes. Ligmanowski the chase. To Perry. Got her. So the Glenwood threat comes to an end, and the score remains Lockport 1, Glenwood nothing. One to nothing the score, but just seconds ago, it looked like this was going to be a one-to-one ball game. Talk about crucial plays in a state tournament game.
Unbelievable. And we just commented how close Lockport's outfield was, how shallow they were playing. This whole play happened because Katie Blackmore comes up with this ball in a shallow position, makes a good strong throw home, and Tori Hughes ran through a stop sign here to get herself caught up in a rundown. Throw back to Ligmanowski. Ligmanowski gets the runner running hard home. Gets the throw over here to Kristen Perry, who puts the tag on Hughes to end the inning.
Hughes never got to home plate. Well, are you into the irony, the coincidences? Well, in 1997, Porters were involved in a 2-hour rain delay during the course of the state championships, and they went on to win the 1997 AA state championship. Last night, they were not playing in a particular ball game at a time, but they had to wait out about 4 hours worth of rain delays. And, well, does history repeat itself? Does lightning strike twice? Lightning was striking around here last night, and it may yet here today. To the top of the 5th, Shannon Lindgren will lead it off for the Porters. Lindgren had a key hit in the run-scoring second inning. In fact, she hit the ball about as hard as any Porter has today, just rifled a pitch right past the head of Lindsay Tasker. Fouls this one out of play into the corn dog section. I've been meaning to get down there.
That'll definitely add to the relish. There's no question about that. You know, Shannon takes a real good cut at the plate. You know, she does not cheat herself.
I don't know if she's real fond of running the bases after she gets her base hit, however. Lindsay Tasker, 5 hits allowed, and it's been the bottom of the order that's really victimized her. And after a 16 strikeout game yesterday, she has 2 in 4 innings here today. Oh, she's working that inside corner on the Lockport hitters. So the count is now full to the leadoff batter here in the 5th inning. Strike 3 call. Lindgren thought she was headed down to first base on a walk, but Tasker has been working that inside corner, put it right on the black.
Well, this pitch is, Shannon Lindgren believes this pitch is inside. As you can see, she moves in and starts her way down to first base. The umpire calls strike 3, and nice little thing for Shannon to say is, when I get back out there, remember that spot.
So we go to the top of the Porter order. That's where Katie Blackmore resides. Blackmore has figured into this contest already, both offensively and defensively. Offensively, her 2-out double has driven in the game's only run, and then you just saw moments ago her throw to home plate eventually nailed the potential tying run. Once again, Tasker stays in on the hands. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out here in the 5th. Porter's the visiting team. to shortstop Hughes, quickly up with it across. That's a good job by Torrey Hughes, the senior shortstop. Has to go in the hole, make that play in a hurry because Blackmore can get down the line.
Well, that's definitely the best play I've seen made in the hole out here in this tournament so far. As the ball was hit sharply to Hughes' right, she came up with it, but the quick release is what gets that runner when you're in a position like that.
With 2 outs, LaToya Campbell will look to start a 2-out rally. Campbell today singled in the first inning, grounded out in the second. You know the Porters want more than just 1 run. Lofted into short left field. Center fielder Westendorf drifts over and makes the grab. So Lockport goes up and down in order here in the 5th inning. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th. Our score the same. Lockport 1, Glenwood nothing. Jim Smith, nearly untouched. Coming on to score the winning run of the game, Kevin Wilson. Juliet is going to Peoria. We welcome you to DeKalb, Illinois, the site of our coverage of the girls' AA state softball tournament. This particular broadcast will conclude our high school production schedule here, Media One Sports, and we hope you've enjoyed this entire season here, the spring season, baseball and softball. We've ridden that softball wagon throughout the state tournament. We are as far as we can go legally, and that's in the state semifinals. Again, the crowd here milling about, seeing this semifinal ball game. Already they know into the championship game, Chesney Park Harlem will be there, and those young ladies hope to join them at about 7 o'clock this evening.
And Lockport finds themselves 9 outs away from another state championship appearance.
Lockport's done it once, done it meaning won it all once. They finished second twice. That would be the 4th time they would have gotten to a state championship ball game. Jenny Floyd to lead it off. It's 6, 7, and 8 here in the Redskins order in the 5th inning.
That girl.
Through 4 innings, Shannon Lindgren has 7 strikeouts. She's allowed 3 hits. Floyd popped out to the first baseman, Van Vossen, in the 2nd inning. Took a good rip at that one.
Well, you have to have your mind made up when you're going to go up against Shannon Lindgren. She's going to be coming in with hard stuff. A lot of times she's bringing it up. If you're going to go, man, you got to go. You can't be in between when it's time to swing.
The outside corner on top of the count. A ball and 2 strikes. Floyd will be followed by Tasker and then Elizabeth Pigg. She is right on it, just looking to get a little bit more of that ball.
Yeah, no question about that. As you know, that foul straight back means the hitter's timing was perfect.
Let's see if Lindgren changes speeds. She and Kristen Perry working together here. Take a little bit off of this next pitch. Can I call a game or what?
Oh.
This one thrown over the head at first base. And ladies and gentlemen, you have just seen the first error in 2 years by the catcher, Kristen Perry.
Yes, you sure have. No, and you're talking about a lot of chances here. And it's a ball that, you know, Lori Van Vossen also plays volleyball, so she can jump. And she's very, very tall. This is one that just gets away from Perry. You know, a very, very good pitch to retire the hitter. Lindgren, really, as you look at her, was more or less nonchalant, figuring, well, there's an out here. The first error by that young lady right there in a couple of years.
And it comes to the leadoff hitter in the 5th inning.
Back.
That puts the bunt in order now for Tasker. Boy, sometimes at the moment you least expect it, strange things happen.
Yeah, there's no question about it, because really I sat here just like you did, expecting the out.
There's the bunt. It's foul.
A funny thing about Kristen Perry, when she was a real young girl and she played softball, she was a pitcher. And from what I understand, didn't really like softball too much until one day she picked up the catcher's equipment, decided to catch, and all of a sudden looked at the coach and said, hey, I like this game. And here she is.
Steady senior. Unfortunate mistake there. No bunt shown that time by Tasker. Well, Lindgren will get credit for her 8th strikeout. And the throwing error puts a runner on. So each of the last 2 innings, the Redskins had a runner at first base with nobody out. In fact, if we look back a bit more, 3 of the last 4 innings, that situation has occurred.
And you can't keep letting Shannon Lindgren off the hook like that if you get her on the hook early in the inning. Because, you know, sooner or later, you're not going to get that first hitter on anymore.
By the same token, defensively, you're playing with fire as well. Perry tries to gun a runner down at first. I like that style. Get back up there and throw the ball.
Well, Lindsay Tasker goes down again for the 2nd time today on the ball. That's up in the strike zone here. She just, again, you can't get on top of that.
Sean Zedrick, her 6th year as a head coach here at the Redskins. 6th and final year. She'll be looking in at her hitter. So will Shannon Lindgren. They'll be looking at Elizabeth Pig. Pig bunts into the air and up against the back step.
Good job, Peggy.
There's no doubt what Zedrick wants. Do the job. The job is get the ball down, move the runner to second base. Jenny Floyd is over at first base. You see her behind Lindgren. Looking for contact, did not get it. Ball, the rise, just jumped out of the way of Pig's bat.
Oh.
That ball was...
Oh, and an error in the stands.
Into the Sandberg section of the stands, and they still have smiles on their faces. They'll be playing in the 3rd place game later on. No smiles there yet. 0-2, the count to Pig. The 10th strikeout of the day, so after the leadoff batter reaches, it's been strikeout, strikeout, 2 gone. Pig had no prayer on this one.
Well, I'll give Kristen Perry some credit here. This ball was ticked into her mitt. As you'll see here, she hangs on. Strike 3.
Lindgren here officially with 3 strikeouts already this inning. However, on the throwing error on a drop 3rd strike. There's only 2 outs. 9th place hitter, Natalie Overman, looking to pitch at the knees for a strike. Lindgren has allowed 4 base runners. 3 of them have led off innings. This ball is hit hard to left field. Campbell can't get it. Fair ball. Jenny Floyd coming around 3rd. And we are tied 1-1. Natalie Overman drills a game-tying double down the left field line. And coming in to score, Jenny Floyd wishes her best to her teammate who's standing out at second base. Here it is.
Well, Shannon Lindgren got a little careless here with Overman, who came in with a .370 batting average and just grooves one right down the middle. Overman makes her pay. She drives one deep into the left field corner over the outstretched glove of LaToya Campbell. And the runner, Jenny Floyd, had no problem coming all the way around from first to score what is now the tying run.
Natalie Overman, we talked about her average of .370 as a 9th place hitter, had 30 hits coming in. She had 4 doubles now. Talk about clutch hits, clutch plays. Here's a relay from Stringham, not needed.
No.
Scoring easily was Jenny Floyd. We're tied 1-1.
Jenny didn't even have to slide on that one there. There's no doubt. I mean, as close as Lockport's outfielders are playing, shallow as they were playing, if a ball goes over their heads, you're going to get 3 bases on it if you're on.
Both runs in this game have scored on 2-out doubles. And now we're at the top of the order. Still a runner at second base. Still looking for that first smile from Sean Zedrick. Her team is tied Aaron Carr is at the plate. Bunts in the front. Lindgren, the plate at first. Got her to win the inning. In the inning for Glenwood, a run, a huge hit, and a big error. We go to the 6th. We are tied. It has become nail-biting time here in DeKalb. All tied up 1-1 as we go to the top of the 6th inning. Barb Burke, her team is a visiting team. They will go to the plate right now with 3, 4, 5 in her order. Amy Ligmanowski, Jessica Sullins, and Julie Balicki. Lindsay Tasker is on the mound. Ligmanowski follows this one back. And Bob, talk about a complete attitude, emotional change here in the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, if Lindsay Tasker isn't confident now, nothing's going to make her confident. And really, the pressure shifts now to Lockport. Lockport has to answer in one form or another here.
Ligmanowski 0 for 2 today. She was 3 for 3 last night.
Anytime you're in a ball game and it's tied and it's late, man, that home team has a huge advantage.
Ligmanowski is ready. Took a little off it. Tasker has her 4th strikeout of the... Hughes never got to home plate. Well, are you into the irony, the coincidences? Well, in 1997, Porters were involved in a 2-hour rain delay during the course of the state championships, and they went on to win the 1997 AA state championship. Last night, they were not playing in a particular ball game at a time, but they had to wait out about 4 hours worth of rain delays. And, well, does history repeat itself? Does lightning strike twice? Lightning was striking around here last night, and it may yet here today. To the top of the 5th, Shannon Lindgren will lead it off for the Porters. Hughes never got to home plate. Well, are you into the irony, the coincidences? Well, in 1997, Porters were involved in a 2-hour rain delay during the course of the state championships, and they went on to win the 1997 AA state championship. Last night, they were not playing in a particular ball game at a time, but they had to wait out about 4 hours worth of rain delays. And, well, does history repeat itself? Does lightning strike twice? Lightning was striking around here last night, and it may yet here today. To the top of the 5th, Shannon Lindgren will lead it off for the Porters. Lindgren had a key hit in the run-scoring 2nd inning. In fact, she hit the ball about as hard as any Porter has today, just rifled a pitch right past the head of Lindsay Tasker. Fouls this one out of play into the corn dog section. I've been meaning to get down there.
That'll definitely add to the relish. There's no question about that. You know, Shannon takes a real good cut at the plate. You know, she does not cheat herself.
I don't know if she's real fond of running the bases after she gets her base hit, however. Lindsay Tasker, 5 hits allowed, and it's been the bottom of the order that's really victimized her. And after a 16 strikeout game yesterday, she has 2 in 4 innings here today. Oh, she's working that inside corner on the Lockport hitters. So the count is now full to the leadoff batter here in the 5th inning. Strike 3 call. Lindgren thought she was headed down to first base on a walk, but Tasker has been working that inside corner, put it right on the black.
Well, this pitch is, Shannon Lindgren believes this pitch is inside. As you can see, she moves in and starts her way down to first base. The umpire calls strike 3, and nice little thing for Shannon to say is, when I get back out there, remember that spot.
So we go to the top of the Porter order. That's where Katie Blackmore resides. Blackmore has figured into this contest already, both offensively and defensively. Offensively, her 2-out double has driven in the game's only run, and then you just saw moments ago her throw to home plate eventually nailed the potential tying run. Once again, Tasker stays in on the hands. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out here in the 5th. Porter's the visiting team. To the shortstop, Hughes, quickly up with it across. That's a good job by Tori Hughes, the senior shortstop. has to go in the hole, make that play in a hurry because Blackmore can get down the line.
Well, that's definitely the best play I've seen made in the hole out here in this tournament so far. As the ball was hit sharply to Hughes' right, she came up with it, but the quick release is what gets that runner when you're in a position like that.
With 2 outs, LaToya Campbell will look to start a 2-out rally. Campbell today singled in the first inning, grounded out in the second. You know the Porters want more than just 1 run. Lofted into short left field. Center fielder Westendorf drifts over and makes the grab. So Lockport goes up and down in order here in the 5th inning. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th. Our score the same. Lockport 1, Glenwood nothing. Jim Smith, nearly untouched. Coming on to score the winning run of the game, Kevin Wilson. We welcome you to DeKalb, Illinois, the site of our coverage of the girls' AA state softball tournament. This particular broadcast will conclude our high school production schedule here, Media One Sports, and we hope you've enjoyed this entire season here, the spring season, baseball and softball. We've ridden that softball wagon throughout the state tournament. We are as far as we can go legally, and that's in the state semifinals. Again, the crowd here milling about, seeing this semifinal ball game. Already they know into the championship game, Chesney Park Harlem will be there, and those young ladies hope to join them at about 7 o'clock this evening.
And Lockport finds themselves 9 outs away from another state championship appearance.
Lockport's done it once, done it meaning won it all once. They finished second twice. It would be the 4th time they would have gotten to a state championship ball game. Jenny Floyd to lead it off. It's 6, 7, and 8 here in the Redskins order in the 5th inning.
That girl.
Through 4 innings, Shannon Lindgren has 7 strikeouts. She's allowed 3 hits. Floyd popped out to the first baseman, Van Vossen, in the 2nd inning. Took a good rip at that one.
Well, you have to have your mind made up when you're going to go up against Shannon Lindgren. She's going to be coming in with hard stuff. A lot of times she's bringing it up. If you're going to go, man, you got to go. You can't be in between when it's time to swing.
The outside corner on top of the count. Ball and 2 strikes. Floyd will be followed by Tasker and then Elizabeth Pigg. She is right on it, just looking to get a little bit more of that ball.
Yeah, no question about that. As you know, that foul straight back means the hitter's timing was perfect.
Let's see if Lindgren changes speeds. She and Kristen Perry working together here. Take a little bit off of this next pitch. Can I call a game or what?
Oh.
This one thrown over the head at first base. And ladies and gentlemen, you have just seen the first error in 2 years by the catcher, Kristen Perry.
Yes, you sure have. No, and you're talking about a lot of chances here. And it's a ball that, you know, Lori Van Vossen also plays volleyball, so she can jump. And she's very, very tall. This is one that just gets away from Perry. You know, a very, very good pitch to retire the hitter. Lindgren, really, as you look at her, was more or less nonchalant, figuring, well, there's an out here. The first error by that young lady right there in a couple of years.
And he comes to the leadoff hitter in the 5th inning.
Back.
That puts the bunt in order now for Tasker. Boy, sometimes at the moment you least expect it, strange things happen.
Yeah, there's no question about it, because really I sat here just like you did, expecting the out.
There's the bunt. It's foul.
A funny thing about Kristen Perry, when she was a real young girl and she played softball, she was a pitcher. And from what I understand, didn't really like softball too much until one day she picked up the catcher's equipment, decided to catch, and all of a sudden looked at the coach and said, hey, I like this game. And here she is.
Teddy Sr. Unfortunate mistake there. No bunt shown that time by Tasker. Well, Lindgren will get credit for her 8th strikeout. And the throwing error puts a runner on. So each of the last 2 innings, the Redskins had a runner at first base with nobody out. In fact, if we look back a bit more, 3 of the last 4 innings, that situation has occurred.
And you can't keep letting Shannon Lindgren off the hook like that if you get her on the hook early in the inning. Because, you know, sooner or later, you're not going to get that first hitter on anymore.
By the same token, defensively, you're playing with fire as well. Perry tries to gun a runner down at first. I like that style. Get back up there and throw the ball.
Well, Lindsey Tasker goes down again for the 2nd time today on the ball. That's up in the strike zone here. She just, again, you can't get on top of that.
Sean Zedrick, her 6th year as a head coach here at the Redskins. 6th and final year. She'll be looking in at her hitter. So will Shannon Lindgren. They'll be looking at Elizabeth Pigg. Pigg bunts into the air and up against the backstep.
Good job, Peggy.
There's no doubt what Zedrick wants. Do the job. The job is get the ball down, move the runner to second base. Jenny Floyd is over at first base. You see her behind Lindgren. Looking for contact, did not get it. Ball, the rise, just jumped out of the way of Pigg's bat.
Oh.
That ball was...
Oh, and an error in the stands.
Into the Sandberg section of the stands. They still have smiles on their faces. They'll be playing in the 3rd place game later on. No smiles there yet. 0-2, the count to Pigg. The 10th strikeout of the day, so after the leadoff batter reaches, it's been strikeout, strikeout, 2 gone. Pigg had no prayer on this one.
Well, I'll give Kristen Perry some credit here. This ball was ticked into her mitt. As you'll see here, she hangs on. Strike 3.
Lindgren here officially with 3 strikeouts already this inning. However, on the throwing error on a drop 3rd strike. There's only 2 outs. 9th place hitter, Natalie Overman, looking to pitch at the knees for a strike. Lindgren has allowed 4 base runners. 3 of them have led off innings. This ball is hit hard to left field. Campbell can't get it. Fair ball. Jenny Floyd coming around 3rd. And we are tied 1-1. Natalie Overman drills a game-tying double down the left field line. And coming in to score, Jenny Floyd wishes her best to her teammate who's standing out at second base. Here it is.
Well, Shannon Lindgren got a little careless here with Overman, who came in with a .370 batting average and just grooves one right down the middle. Overman makes her pay. She drives one deep into the left field corner over the outstretched glove of LaToya Campbell. And the runner, Jenny Floyd, had no problem coming all the way around from first to score what is now the tying run.
Natalie Overman, we talked about her average of .370 as a 9th place hitter, had 30 hits coming in. She had 4 doubles now. Talk about clutch hits, clutch plays. Here's a relay from Stringham, not needed.
No.
Scoring easily was Jenny Floyd. We're tied 1-1.
Jenny didn't even have to slide on that one there. There's no doubt. I mean, as close as Lockport's outfielders are playing, shallow as they were playing, if a ball goes over their heads, you're going to get 3 bases on it if you're on.
Both runs in this game have scored on 2-out doubles. And now we're at the top of the order. Still a runner at second base. Still looking for that first smile from Sean Zedrick. Her team is tied. Aaron Carr is at the plate. Bunts in the front. Lindgren. The plate at first. got her to win the inning. In the inning for Glenwood, a run, a huge hit, and a big error. We go to the 6th. We are tied. It has become nail-biting time here in DeKalb. All tied up 1-1 as we go to the top of the 6th inning. Barb Burke, her team is a visiting team. They will go to the plate right now with 3, 4, 5 in her order. Amy Ligmanowski, Jessica Sullins, and Julie Balicki. Lindsay Tasker is on the mound. Ligmanowski follows this one back. And Bob, talk about a complete attitude, emotional change here in the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, if Lindsay Tasker isn't confident now, nothing's going to make her confident. And really, the pressure shifts now to Lockport. Lockport has to answer in one form or another here.
Ligmanowski 0 for 2 today. She was 3 for 3 last night.
Anytime you're in a ball game and it's tied and it's late, man, that home team has a huge advantage.
Ligmanowski is ready. Took a little off it. Tasker has her 4th strikeout of the day.
Well, Lindsay Tasker right now looks a little bit like a different pitcher as she really pitched Amy Ligmanowski well here. Throws an off-speed pitch away that Ligmanowski was way out in front of.
That will bring up the cleanup hitter for the Porters, Jessica Sullins. Sullins has walked and struck out today. Lockport fans right now are stunned. Tasker, a very workmanlike performance here today through 5 1/3 innings. Just misses.
And even though that was an unearned run against Shannon Lindgren, make no mistake about it, Natalie Overman really hit that ball hard into left field.
Misses. 3-0. Well, that ball that Overman hit, that looked familiar to you? Did it look like the double that was hit against Lindgren in the sectional semifinals, right down the left field line? It tied the game.
Yeah.
You may remember how many innings we played in that ball game? 15.
How could I forget?
15 innings. We're in the 6th right now. Sullins takes pitch for a strike. It's 3-1 with 1 out in the 6th. Ball 4. Second time today that Sullins has walked. 1 out, runner aboard.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see now how the Glenwood outfield plays here because, especially in left field, if we get a shot out here at the left fielder, Natalie Overman, she's very deep. Center field is not too bad, not too deep, but right field is also deep too. A lot of balls that are hit over the infield are going to fall into that outfield for base hits. Of course, they don't want to give up the extra base hit here.
Be a pinch runner down at first base. It'll be Rachel Thomason running for Sullins. Balicki is at the plate. And here in the 6th inning with 1 out, Kristen Perry to follow. What strategy here does Barb Burke use? Does she have Balicki put a bunt down? Balicki has been struggling a little bit with the bat.
Well, if Julie can find a way to get that hitter to second, you know Kristen Perry's going to be thinking she wants to make up for that error and get the hit to deliver that run home.
The umpires getting their lineup cards all straightened out here.
Heavy wheel now, let's go, Porters!
Thomason, the runner at first with 1 out. 6th inning of a tie game here in the state semifinals. Balicki pulls back on the rise.
Well, what you really want to do here if you're going to bunt is make sure you get something you can bunt. If she wants to throw balls, let them go.
Choked up a little bit more in that bat than normal. She slaps. First baseman, or make that the second baseman. Lair makes the catch for the 2nd out. Tried to make something happen with the stick that time. Nothing wrong with that.
No, exactly. There's nothing wrong with drawing the infield in and trying to slap it past them. She just got under the ball.
Kristen Perry with 2 outs. Again, her first error in 2 years. Leads to the tying run half an inning ago. Good hack at that pitch.
Yeah, I'd say she really wants to hit now, man, because you know what that feels like to make an error, and you come up to the plate a little while later, man. You want to, you really want to make up for that.
If you're thinking extra base hits, Perry has 4 extra base hits out of her 22 on the season.
And we're getting some rain now, it looks like.
Now we have heavy rains predicted for today at some point or another. Ball hit up the middle, base hit for Perry, and into second base with the go-ahead run is Thomason.
Well, here comes a senior to the plate, Jenny Stringham, in a clutch situation here with 2 outs.
Kristen Perry keeps this inning going, and now we've got timeout on the field as Tasker just walking to in front of her dugout. Boy, she doesn't look so good down there.
No,
What?
not at all. I have no idea what that is. She's dehydrated, maybe.
I'll tell you what, it is
fatigued.
Very humid. Remember,
Yeah.
well, now that is not her throwing arm that she's working with. Boy, that was strange. She just started walking off the mound after the ball was declared dead. Left her glove behind. I was going to say it's very, very humid here. There just is not much air to be had here today.
Yeah, you gotta be very, you gotta drink your liquids too.
85% humidity with 78 degrees. Throw in the pressure of this game. Boy, I guess that's what sports is all about, though,
Yeah.
right?
Oh yeah. I mean, this is time to get it done one way or another. It's time to suck it up and go.
Tasker gets a few warm-ups here, and with 2 outs, she will face Jenny Stringham. Stringham singled solidly to left center her last time up.
Lock it down, T.
Sure, Jenny would like to do that again right now. Biggest at bat of the game for her, no question about that. Possibly the biggest bat, period.
The go-ahead run is at second base in the form of Rachel Thomason. First pitch, a ball.
Well, if you're Jenny Stringham here, you definitely want to get something you can handle, something you think you can hit hard, because you're ahead in the count.
One and one. The outfield, Natalie Overman, Becky Westendorf, Erin Carr. They must think a ball hit to them. They've got to come up throwing, and they are playing very deep. I don't know that they can throw a runner out from
I'll tell you, it's going to be a difficult task. Unless it's hit right at them, very hard, 1 bounce.
Stringham takes 2 and 1. Well, the other thing it does when the outfield plays deep, that increases the distance between your infielders and the outfielders for a little looping.
Oh, yeah. And that'll
drive.
definitely score a run, a looper.
2 outs. Everybody will be on the move on contact. Fouled away, 2 and 2.
Well, just as that ball was being delivered, just before it was being delivered, the center fielder Westendorf took about 3 or 4 steps straight ahead. So she's definitely shortened herself up.
There's the center fielder, Becky Westendorf. She's ready, so is Tasker. 2-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. Tasker gets out of the inning. The Porters leave 2 runners on. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. 1-1, Lockport and Glenwood in the semis.
How long has it been since we've been alone together?
Too long.
It's so good to get away, isn't it?
It sure is.
You know, we need to do this more often.
Well, how about this weekend?
Perfect.
Family. Isn't it about time?
Ew, yuck.
What? Don't look then.
You go to bed. I'll come read you a story in a minute.
From the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Well, what did you expect, folks? A state tournament game in the semifinals, 2 teams with 33 and 34 wins respectively. That's why we are tied at 1, and Lindsay Tasker makes a great pitch right here and just freezes Stringham.
That's a pitch that goes to the outer half here, and Jenny Stringham goes about halfway with her cut here, but that's going to be a tough pitch to handle. You have to go to right with that one. Strike 3, definitely called by the umpire. And now Lockport's going to have to get it done here on defense as we enter the bottom of the 6th inning.
Here you go. We've talked about it so many times here in the state tournament because we've been involved in so many one-run games or tie games this stage. The impact of being the home teams. And right now, what you're looking at here is Glenwood has a chance to bat twice to Lockport's one time.
Oh, yeah. And you know, that's exactly what I would say to my team. We got 2 at-bats, they've got 1. They're going through their 2, 3, and 4 hitters right now, too.
What do those umbrellas and raincoats tell you? We could have some rain moving in. Shannon Lindgren, 10 strikeouts on the day. She has not walked a batter. The key number that you see right there, the 1 underneath the runs total. 2, 3, and 4 in the Glenwood lineup. Hughes, Lair, and Westendorf. Hughes and Westendorf have 2 of the 4 Chatham-Glenwood hits. Well, you think back to the 4th inning. Swinging through that pitch is Hughes. Torrey Hughes was thrown out at the plate to end the inning, actually caught in a rundown being thrown out at the plate. Or we are looking at an entirely different situation here.
Oh, yeah. Glenwood could be winning.
Sullen will make the grab. 1 out in the 6th.
Well, when the defense has had to play outside of one Lockport error today, they've gotten the job done. Sullen's moved to her left on that pop-up to make the catch.
Susie Lair has been very quiet today. A strikeout and a sacrifice bunt. She is up in the box against Lindgren. Lindgren busts her inside. First pitch strike.
Well, this girl is no part-time hitter. She came into this tournament with 50 hits.
Change up outside, 1-1. You notice here in the last couple innings, each pitcher has taken just a little bit longer between each pitch.
There's no doubt about it. That humidity is definitely wearing on the pitchers.
And a piece of it sends it back to the screen.
And one way or another, Dave, they're both going to have to come back and throw again tonight, too.
1 out here in the bottom of the 6th inning. A great situation it would be to be McChesney Park Harlem. You know you're playing a state championship game. You get the extra rest. In fact, they'd like to see these 2 teams play all day. Will this stay in play? No. See press row down there, down the 3rd base line. Nice setup here for the press, as long as you're inside like we are. You know, it really, there you get a look at it.
Yeah, there weren't a whole lot of guys over there making a move to make a play, I'll tell you that.
Legmanowski, that's in fair territory. That's the 2nd out of the inning.
Well, this is really what Lindgren wants to do now, is to get herself back into a rhythm where she's retiring hitter after hitter after hitter. And she hasn't really been in that group since the 3rd inning.
No, she's only retired the side in order in the 1st and the 3rd.
Yeah.
Westendorf, 1 for 2, a single to lead off the 2nd inning. If you're looking into the Lockport 7th, it will be 8, 9, and 1. Cliff, Lindgren, and Blackmore.
Let's go, Shane. Come on, 3. Let's go, Shane.
Jam job. Perry. Nope, does not get it. Disappeared from sight from us.
And that's a real tough play for a catcher, going back into a screen like that, man.
Ball and a strike to Westendorf.
Still looking for your pitch, Beck. Come on.
Let's go, Shane. Come on, 3. Let's go,
Top half.
Misses a little bit low. Westendorf with some high knees there. 2-1. Should Westendorf reach, should be followed by Katie Young, who has 1 of the 4 Glenwood hits. 3 balls and a strike. Lindgren laboring just a little bit. Now remember, these 2 teams played early this morning, and I mean early as in the Porters got done with their game at 1:30 in the morning. Ligmanowski again in Bear territory, and again the 5-3 put out. 1-2-3 for Glenwood in the 6th inning. Hey, it's easy to tell you about it right now. We're going to the 7th inning. 1-1 is our score.
If we lose you, we lose your ideas, we lose your spirit, we lose your eloquence, we lose your enthusiasm, we lose your talent, we lose your dignity, we lose your effort, we lose your inspiration, we lose.
Well, there's been some great softball played here today in the semifinals from Mary M. Bell Field. You see Husky Stadium in the background here at Northern Illinois University. But in game number 1 today, Harlem and Sandburg were locked in a scoreless tie through 6 innings. Harlem scored a run in the top of the 7th to win it 1-0. In our situation, there it is, very simple. 1-1, we're going to the top of the 7th. Identical situation as earlier on today.
Oh, yeah, you know what? It looks like it's getting brighter out here now, too.
Maybe those umbrellas we saw were for the sun?
I don't know, but it looks
Yeah,
brighter than it has in a few hours.
Well, you hate to say it, but the way these two teams go at it, Lockport 33-2, Glenwood 34-5, 2 good pitchers on the mound. We could be here a while.
Oh, boy. And we have been here a while sometimes. 15 long innings.
This is the semifinals. Illinois Class AA softball. This is Erica Cliff to lead it off for the Porters in the 7th inning. Cliff has scored the only run of the game for Lockport. She singled with 2 outs in the 2nd and came home on a 2-out double from Katie Blackmore. Tasker starts with a quick strike. And misses up high, 1-1.
Well, and Cliff's job is like any other leadoff hitter. Get on any way you can.
She's the designated hitter for the Porters. Two balls and 1 strike. Tasker has walked 2 today. Boy, she blows that one right by Cliff.
No question about it.
That was one of her quicker ones.
Yeah.
Boy, she always leaves something in reserve, doesn't she?
She's a good little pitcher. She really is.
Now a 2-2 count to Cliff. Full count. They ask.
Oh, there's no way.
Nope. Turn those shoulders to get away from the pitch. Well, Tasker has to come with one right here.
Big pitch.
The 3-2 delivery to the shortstop Hughes, and that's one gone. And Tasker made the pitch.
Yeah, Tasker's been equal to the task so far today. Got that leadoff hitter out.
Giving up 6 hits, 3 of those came in the 2nd inning. Brings us to Shannon Lindgren. Lindgren has one of the 6 Porter hits today. 1-0. Lindgren has extra base hit capability. 3 of her 8 hits have gone for extra bases. Only 21 official at-bats coming into this tournament.
Hey, know what you're looking for. Go to pitch.
They'll ask again. No. 2 balls, no strikes to Lindgren. Burke looking for her 600th win of her 27-year coaching career. Once again, Tasker heats it up a little bit.
And Barb Burke is exactly right. That was a pretty good 2-0 hack there by Lindgren.
One out here in the top of the 7th inning. Another pretty good hit. Went straight back to the backstop, however.
And there's Tasker working herself right back into where she's in control of the count now, 2-2.
She was 3-2 against Cliff before coming back to make a good pitch. 2-0 here to Lindgren. Now the count is 2-2. A run in the second for the Porters, a run in the fifth for the Redskins. That's it. Swing and a miss on the rise, up in her eyes. Fifth strikeout of the game for Tasker. 2 up, 2 down in the seventh.
We're going to get a look here at Shannon Lindgren's getting a chance to see what so many have seen against her. The ball rising in the zone and trying to get on top of it, and it's just too hard.
With 2 outs, Tasker will face Katie Blackmore, and she'd rather face her with nobody on base. However, Blackmore on the season, 8 doubles, 7 triples, and a home run. Actually throw on another double that she had last night and one again today. So what, she up to 10 doubles right now. Floyd at third. And another 1-2-3 inning for the Lockport Porters. We'll go to the bottom of the seventh. A run for the Redskins wins it.
Sievers pumps, goes down! They will once again play the Class 6A state championship ballgame. Juliet is going to Peoria!
Pressure? I would say so. You're in the bottom of the seventh inning. When you make some good pitches, you end up putting the pressure on the team that has to go out on the field defensively in the bottom half of the inning, and that's exactly what Tasker did here. Lindsay Tasker against Shannon Lindgren. Maybe her best rise of the day.
Yeah.
Lindgren misses that one by a mile.
Yeah, and it's just and a rise ball to Shannon Lindgren. Believe me, he's off the ground. You know, there's no question about that.
Tasker checking out her counterpart, Shannon Lindgren, saying, I got you because, you know what, you've gotten me today. 2 strikeouts by Tasker today. In fact, Tasker will be the third hitter due up in the order here in the bottom of the seventh inning of a tie game. It will be 5, 6, and 7 for the Chatham-Glenwood Redskins. Katie Young, Jenny Floyd, and Lindsay Tasker. We talk about Barb Burke looking for her 600th win. Sean Cedric camping out her coaching career at Chatham-Glenwood here in this tournament. Young today at the plate popped out to short, single to center. In fact, it was her single to center that resulted in Tori Hughes being thrown out at the plate to end the 4th inning. That was a solid stroke off of Lindgren in the 4th inning. 1 strike to Young.
Turn on it.
That goes to show you how close softball can be played, Dave. Looking at my book here, Glenwood's only had 3 runners get as far as second base in this game, and if they score a run, they win.
Porters have been involved in a number of extra inning ball games this year, and you know what, at this stage here in the 7th inning, they would love, absolutely love, to be in one again. Glenwood, their extra inning game this year, well, it came in a very important game, the sectional championship game, an 8-inning affair. They defeated Washington 3-2. 1 ball and 2 strikes to the leadoff batter here in the 7th inning. Katie Young at the plate. Holds up nicely. And now what we're starting to see, Bob, I think, is a little bit more discipline on Glenwood's part that we didn't see earlier in the game. Now they become familiar with Lindgren.
Yes, I agree with that, and that shows a good ball club, too, that can adjust during the game.
Chatham-Glenwood, 34 wins, just 5 losses. There's strike 3. The 11th strikeout of this game by Shannon Lindgren. She had 15 last night in the quarterfinals.
Well, Shannon Lindgren, if she's got anything to do with this, is going to make this game go to that 8th inning here. She comes in with a good hard pitch on the outer half of the plate. That Young swings right through.
Inner half and
That will bring up Jenny Floyd. Floyd, a key performer here today, besides making some nice plays down at third base. It was Floyd who led off the 5th inning with a strikeout on a changeup that bounced in the dirt. Lockport catcher Kristen Perry picked the ball up, had plenty of time to throw. The ball came out of her hand very awkwardly, flew into right field for an error. And Floyd eventually scored the game-tying run in a 2-out double by Natalie Overman, and that's why we are tied 1-1 right now. Lindgren blows that pitch by her, 1-1. You have to believe right now that Kristen Perry, you're looking at her, has completely forgotten about that play 2 innings ago.
Oh, yeah. You have to. You have to move on. The situation is now.
Just misses a little bit outside, not by much, 2-1.
Top half now. Stay on top.
Other than Overman's double, and it was a ringing double in the 5th inning, this bottom part of the order, Lindgren has cruised through it. 4 of her 11 strikeouts. Actually, 5 of her 11 have come in this part of the order. But this one is fouled on the first base line, not by much. Now they're going to say, wait a minute, they're going to say that the first base coach says Van Vossen got a glove on it, but they're not going to buy it. So coming back to home plate will be Jenny Floyd.
It didn't look to me like she got a glove on it either. I think that went just right past her glove. Maybe we can tell here if it did, but I don't think it did. Can't really tell, but it's definitely foul by a good foot and a half.
That ball was slicing, so I mean, it's possible that she could have touched it the way the ball was, curving on her. But
honestly, I thought it was going to be fair. I
did too.
I was surprised it was that far foul.
The count has gone to full on Jenny Floyd here with 1 out in the 7th. A big pitch here now for Lindgren, and she blows her away. The big train makes a big pitch.
Well, Shannon Lindgren is just, there just are no more adjectives, Dave, to cover this. I mean, she gets it done again here. 3-2, big pitch, can't have her run around, and throws it right past Jenny Floyd for 2 outs.
For the 3rd time today, it will be pitcher versus pitcher, Lindgren versus Tasker. Both times, Tasker has struck out. Lindgren has struck out twice against her.
Yeah, they don't hit each other very well.
No strikeout this time, but it's an easy 1-3 put out, and we are playing extra innings in the state semifinals. We go to the 8th, all tied at 1. Students are gone here at Northern Illinois University, but the fans, the softball fans, have come into town, and they have been here in force. Lockport, Chatham, the 2 towns involved here in this particular game, they're going to have to stick around a little bit longer because we're playing extra innings today. I'm Dave Bernhardt. Bob Gonsolin is alongside. Happy you could join us here in our Media One coverage of Girls AA softball tournament. This is our final telecast of this high school sports season. I'd like to thank everybody for joining us all season long.
It's been fun.
Oh,
I've had a great time. We've seen some great ball games, and we're looking at another one right now. But very, very good spring.
We've enjoyed bringing it to you, and again, what a monumental effort it has been this weekend for our Media One crew, headed up by Mark Battaglia, to bring you these ball games. Overcoming early morning hours on both ends.
Yeah.
Early morning when it's nice, and deep into the night. Not leaving here till about 2:30 this morning after finishing a game, setting up, taking down, and making sure you get the very best in your high school sports coverage. Giving her best is Lindsay Tasker out on the hill for Chatham Glenwood. We go to the 8th inning. she will have to face Latoya Campbell, Amy Ligmanowski, and Jessica Sullins in the Lockport order. Latoya's single came in the first inning. Boy, the Lockport Porters love to get her on.
I'll tell you what, you're not a kidding, man. This is a big runner if they can get her on base. Good speed.
Campbell with one strike against her. Ground ball. Lair will have to hurry. Campbell sliding in. She's out. Well, a lot of people will tell you don't slide into first. And she would have been out either way, but that slide slowed up Latoya here.
There's no doubt about it. And for anybody who's watching this game, you never want to make a slide or a dive into first base because you do have to slow your body down to do so. You just run straight through the base. It's the fastest way to get there.
One out in the 8th inning. Lair made the play, and that will bring up Ligmanowski 0 for 3 today following a 3 for 3 performance last night. Little check swing. Lair will make the grab for the second out. Well, that's 2 quick outs. 3 pitches, 2 outs.
Well, and you take into consideration, too, that Lindsay Tasker ended the inning last inning having to run a ball out that she hit. She's not going to mind this at all. 3 pitches and 2 outs.
Jessica Sullins, first pitch swinging. That is about as quick of an inning as you can. A 4-pitch inning. Momentum shifts to the bottom of the 8th. Tied 1-1.
I've been playing soccer for 9 years. I like all different types of moves in soccer. Bicycle is one of them. It's one of the best ways to score in a game.
When you love something, you'll go to any lengths to do it right. So why treat your health any differently? It's still as easy as ever to get HIV, the virus that causes AIDS. And you probably already know how to protect yourself. If you don't, find out and then use what you know.
Be a force for change.
When you protect yourself, you protect everybody.
Husky Stadium looms behind the backstop here at Mary M. Bell Field. It's really been a great situation for the teams. They come out early and are able to work out on the artificial turf of that stadium, and especially the way the weather has been with some wet grounds. Had the lights on, of course, last night for teams to warm up. It really is just a great facility. And having been in Pekin for the AA state tournament, you know, and that's it's a park-like atmosphere. It's very nice, but it's not as professional as this. Sean Zetrick was down in Pekin in 1996. She's liking where she's standing right now in the middle of DeKalb, Illinois.
Hey, Lizard.
Well, one thing's for sure right now for Glenwood is they certainly can't lose this game in this inning. They can do nothing but win. And as we said several times before, as you go to extra innings, that home team gains an advantage. All you got to do is put the visitors out, and now, you know, you can play your game. And you know, Lockport can't make any mistakes now, or it's going to be over. They won't have a chance to come back and do anything.
Elizabeth Pig to lead it off here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Lindgren pumps a fastball past her. Pig today is fouled out to Ligmanowski at third and is also struck out. She'll be followed by Natalie Overman and Erin Carr. Just waves at that one.
You know, and you got to wonder, Dave, if this game continues to wear on and we continue to play innings, is how those late games last night are going to affect these pitchers.
Well, you're asking a lot from anybody. I mean body, not anybody, but anybody to recover and keep on coming. You know, the one thing that, you know, fair is fair, both of these two teams were playing late last night. Now, of course, the game involving Chatham Glenwood, that started at 9:30. They finished at about 11 o'clock. They got about 2 hours more rest than Lockport, but you know what? I don't think that matters one bit right now.
No, you just got to play through it. And, I mean, Harlem's in the best situation, really.
Beautiful situation. Harlem has played a normal tournament as the count goes to a ball and 2 strikes. They played the first game, got it done in 7 innings. They played the first game today, got it done in 7 innings. Lockport and Glenwood have had delays. Now they have extra innings. I mean, no excuses here, but that's just how the way things work out sometimes. Sullins on the easy roller, 1 out. Now coming to the plate will be the young lady that is the reason we are sitting here in the 8th inning. Natalie Overman, the 9th place hitter, a 2-out blistering double down the left field line, drove in the tying run in the 5th inning. There she is. Momentarily, she is the hero here for the Redskins. "20 RBIs in that 9th spot. That's no fluke for Overman. Maybe getting a double was. That was only her 4th double of the year.
Well, she sure hit it hard, I'll tell you
Yes,
that.
she did.
If Latoya Campbell can't get to it, there aren't a whole lot of left fielders gonna.
Atta girl. 1 ball, 1 strike to Overman. 1 out here in the 8th.
I find it kind of interesting that they have Blackmore shaded to the right side of second base and center field when Overman pulled Lindgren her last time up.
Boy, there is a huge gap in left center. Lindgren misses. Thought she had it. A little bit low, 2-1. You know, we keep an eye on Shannon Lindgren. We've had an opportunity, of course, to see her several times this year. Her rhythm, her pace of working has really slowed down. Each pitch, more important. She's been more deliberate on each pitch. Overman in the air. The ball hits and spins foul, and what a break for the Porters that had that much spin on it, because no way they were getting Overman had Perry or Lindgren touch this ball.
And Kristen Perry does the exact thing you have to do on a play like this. She's smart enough to know that there is no way she's going to make a play on this unless she catches it coming out of the air. The only thing you can do is let it hit and hope that it rolls foul, and that's exactly what the ball did.
Boy, that had a lot of spin on it. You see how it kind of dug into the ground and then came back.
Oh, yeah. Ping pong shot.
Go with it. 2-2 the count. Ripped past her coach at third base. She'll do it again.
See the ball now. See the ball. Stay back and see it. Stay behind
Fans
it.
scattered about Mary M. Bell Field here. Most of the Harlan fans, I don't see any of them here, actually.
They'll be back.
Yeah, they're just loading
They'll
up.
be back.
Making the calls back to McChesney Park in Rockford.
They brought half the town with them today, man. I'm telling you, this place is infested with them.
Go with it.
Got her. Strike 3 called outside corner. 13 strikeouts now for Lindgren.
Well, Natalie does open up when she swings, and anytime you open up, you're going to really have a lot of trouble handling the outside pitch. Now watch where this pitch is and watch where her left foot goes. There's just no way you're going to hit that pitch.
That will bring us to the top of the Chatham-Glenwood order. Erin Carr, the sophomore right fielder, has struck out twice, and she's also been thrown out on a bunt attempt. Lindgren has retired 9 straight. It's her longest string of the game. 3 of those 9 by way of a strikeout. In fact, you talk about how somebody bears down. It was after that double by Overman that this string started.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the last person to even find their way on. Well, I'll guarantee you, Dave, Shannon Lindgren's going to remember that pitch, especially if Lockport doesn't come away here with a win.
Other than the base hits today, there have been no balls hit to the outfield. No putouts in the outfield today.
Similar to last night.
Right.
There weren't a whole lot of them that went out there last night.
3-0 the count here to Carr. 3-1. Lindgren, 13 strikeouts, no walks. She's allowed 4 hits. Trying to get on by way of a bunt. A little late on that one. And that is... Well, hang on a second,
Wait a
folks.
second, there's 3 strikes now.
Half the people think it's the 3rd strike. Half of them say it's now 3-2. It is 3-2.
You know, and Erin Carr really would have done well, Dave, just to lay off that pitch. That was way up and out of the strike zone. If she strikes out here, she got herself out.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the 8th inning.
Come on, beat it out.
String them. We'll make it a 1-2-3 inning. We are playing 9 in the state semifinals. Lockport and Glenwood locked in a 1-1 battle.
Sievers pump, throw it down.
center field here at Mary M. Bell Field. Husky Stadium in the background. Chatham Glenwood defensively here will defend in the top of the 9th inning. And for the Lockport Porters, they will have 5, 6, and 7 in their order. Balicki, Perry, and Stringham as they'll work against Lindsey Tasker. Winner of this ball game will play at 7 o'clock tonight, assuming weather and assuming this game gets done in a reasonable amount of time. They play at 7 o'clock against McChesney Park, Harlem. Harlem advanced to that championship game by way of a 7-1 win in the quarterfinals over New Trier and then 1-0 shutout over Sandburg earlier today. Other quarterfinal scores: Sandburg beat Belleville Althoff 2-1. Mentioned Chatham Glenwood 3-0 shutout over Lane Tech. Lockport shut out Stevenson last night 2-0. So we go to the top of the 9th inning. Porters 33 wins, 2 losses. Glenwood 34 wins. Again, I know you're thinking strikeout eventually, but I really like runners at first and second.
Oh, the runner at first can't hurt you. That's for sure.
Bart Burke out at the mound. We'll take a break. Tied at 1. Well, while we were in break, folks, you missed the 3rd out of the inning. I had you going there for a second, didn't I? Ground ball, Jenny Floyd to Jessica Sullins, the easy play over to first base. So 2 runners left stranded in the 9th inning, and we are going to the top of the 10th inning, still tied 1-1, Lockport and Chatham Glenwood. I'll tell you what, stomachs were rolling on the Lockport side and the Chatham Glenwood side in that 9th inning. The leadoff runner at second base with 1 out, and the meter your order up.
Well, now this game, Dave, becomes a situation of everybody's, fatigue's going to set in on everybody. There's no question about that. The temperature is the same. Now you're at the point where you're going to find out which team just wants it a little more than the other.
We are going to the 10th inning, and if you're looking where each of these teams are, we're at the top of the 10th for Lockport. Where they are in the batting order, the Porters are at the very top. Blackmore, Campbell, Ligmanowski. The bottom half of this inning, it will be the bottom 3 for Chatham. So I guess truly here, if you're a Lockport fan, you say we are starting from scratch. A tie game. Our leadoff hitter will lead off this 10th inning. Remember, the Porters played that 15-inning game against Downers Grove South in the sectional semifinals before winning it 2-1. They'd like to duplicate that feat. Of course, they'd like to do it a little bit sooner than 15 innings. Lindsey Tasker has allowed 7 hits, and she faces Blackmore. We start the 10th. There's that smile again.
Nice relax.
No pressure. No pressure. That could be part of the reason why she does so well, too,
Blackmore has the lone run batted in today for the Porters, a double in the 2nd inning. Stroked in the infield. This ball's down, and that will be an infield hit to start it off.
No, I have to say, Dave, in order to keep the average intact, a hit here makes her 2 for 5 and keeps her at 400. And what a place for a hit, boy. It's a beautiful, beautiful chip shot just over the sand and onto the green about 15 feet from the cup here. Oh, man, this ball just hits and sticks.
No play possible.
Yeah, you're not going to throw her out.
That brings up Latoya Campbell. She shows bunt, takes the first pitch for a strike. Oh, and I'm not sure where Campbell can put this ball because a third baseman Floyd, first baseman Roberts are probably within 15 feet by the time this ball gets to home plate. Pulls back. Blackmore at first, she'll hustle back. Campbell again. Pokes at it, foul. 1 ball, 2 strikes. You ask her to do it again?
I wouldn't, personally. I'd let her go ahead and hit to the left side. But, the key to bunting is keeping your feet still, once you get in your position. And she's got little happy feet up there.
1 ball and 2 strikes to Campbell. Blackmore at first with nobody out in the 10th inning. Chop to third. They have to go to first. Got her at first, so in effect, a sacrifice, moving the runner, Blackmore, into scoring position with 1 out in the 10th inning.
Well, you just saw there why it's so critical to put the ball in play either in baseball or in softball. A strikeout does nothing for the runner here, but LaToya Campbell accomplished exactly what she wanted to. She got the runner, Katie Blackmore, moved over to second base with less than 2 outs. A long throw here by, well, not so long of a throw by third baseman Floyd to just get Campbell at first, but she's been busy over there at third.
That will bring up Amy Ligmanowski. After 3 hits last night, she's looking for her first hit today. Blackmore at second, 1 out. Inside for a ball.
You know, and as a third hitter, Dave, you love hitting in these spots. This is why you're here. This is why you are hitting third, because you got a runner in scoring position. You are counted on to get that run home.
She's going to bunt. This is a good one. Floyd, the barehanded pickup, and the play to first. Great play by the third baseman, Jenny Floyd.
And I'll tell you something, Jenny Floyd has really showed me something over at third base today. She's been flawless. And if it's not for a barehanded pickup, Ligmanowski beats this ball out. But she comes right up to it, looks down, makes sure she's got it. Good strong throw to first to get Ligmanowski by plenty. Very nice play.
Blackmore moves to third, and now with 2 outs. The fate rests in the hands of Jessica Sullins. Blackmore just 60 feet away. Sullins today, a couple of walks, a strikeout, and a foul out.
Jessica's gotten some pretty good at-bats today. She really has.
Weak swing on that pitch. 1 ball and 1 strike. Blackmore at third. 2-1.
You know, as we said going in, Jessica Sullins was leading this team in RBIs coming to this tournament. Again, you're looking at a player who's in a spot she wants to be in.
Two-one pitch. Ground ball to second. Lair has it. And a put out at first. So Glenwood fights off the Porters in the top of the 10th. They need a run to win it in the bottom. Jim Smith, nearly untouched. Coming on to score the winning run of the game, Kevin Wilson. Juliet is going to Peoria. Boy, this game not lacking for drama. You get a runner to second in each of the last 2 half innings with 1 out. Lockport here decided with Amy Ligmanowski to maybe try to catch Glenwood here by surprise. They asked Ligmanowski to bunt the ball. Does that surprise you in this situation?
Yeah, I think it does, especially the way she swung the bat last night. And they tried to catch the third baseman here for Glenwood, Jenny Floyd, off guard, but she's been flawless. I mean, you got to try someone else. She's definitely proven she can catch and throw the ball. But yeah, I think I was a little surprised at that.
To the bottom of the 10th. Was that a yawn I just saw there from Kristen Perry? You couldn't blame her if it was. They're having a good time. Come on, don't you realize this is a semifinals? Championship game would be played tonight. You can win this game. You know what? That's one of the reasons they're 33-2. They've been in pressure situations, and you know, in all honesty, they're not fazed by it.
No, Lockport's played several extra inning games this year. I was talking to Coach Burke about that a few weeks ago, that she actually was happy they had played those games early on to get themselves used to it.
This is the 7th extra inning affair for the Porters this season. They have won the first 6. Lindsay Tasker will start it off here with the bat in the bottom of the 10th inning. 7, 8, 9 here in the Chatham-Glenwood order. A good cut right there from Tasker. Tasker has struck out twice in 3 at-bats against Lindgren. You just get the feeling the key is, even though it hasn't resulted in anything here in the last couple innings, keep the leadoff person off base.
Oh, yeah.
Out of play to the right side.
Lindgren's just got to keep going hard. That's all you can do. There is no, as we said before, no room for error. She cannot let up. If anybody's going to hit her, it's going to have to be her pitch.
She's on top of Tasker, a ball and 2 strikes. Got her looking. Strikeout number 14.
Well, Shannon Lindgren definitely doesn't show any signs of quitting, that's for sure, and I'm sure she never would, but this is a very, very good pitch that I got to really feel if Lindsay Tasker even swings at this, Dave, she's not even going to hit it. Very, very good late break to the outer part of the plate and just throws Tasker right there.
Brings us to Elizabeth Pigg, the senior catcher. Sends it back to the screen. 1 for 3 on the day. Pigg with a strikeout. And was back in the 5th inning. She's also fouled out and grounded out. Well, the Redskins, I think they wish they'd got the sleeveless jerseys. They just bunch up those sleeves. Right back to Lindgren. Takes her time. Put out to Van Vossen at first. 2 gone. Natalie Overman, 2 strikeouts. Those were sandwiched around a 2-out double that tied this game in the 5th inning. And we remain tied 1-1 here in the 10th.
Look for something you like, Nat. Come on.
Side to Overman. Overman 1 for 3 today. One of the 4 hits allowed through 9 2/3 innings by Lindgren. Is that outside corner again, 1-1. Shannon Lindgren, the 6'1" junior All-Stater. A 15-inning game 1 week ago. Of course, won the sectional championship game. Here's a ground ball to Ligmanowski, to her left. 1, 2, 3 inning for Chatham Glenwood. We will play 11. Lockport and Glenwood 1-1.
Don't worry, I brought one.
It's better when I relax. I know it's safe.
We're not having sex unless you use one.
Feels good going on.
The pill isn't going to protect us from AIDS.
You don't have one? Bye-bye. You won't be feeling anything because we won't be outside.
Here, let me do it.
Why? Because you care about it. No excuses, no regrets. Wrap it up every time.
For more information on safer sex, call toll-free 1-888-BE-SAFE-1.
The score you're looking at is the same score that we saw at the end of the 5th inning. So 5 scoreless innings since then, not lacking without opportunities for both of these 2 teams. But we will go to the top of the 11th inning. Lockport, Chatham Glenwood. We thought this would be a good one, and indeed it has played out that way. For Lockport, it will be Julie Malicki, Kristen Perry, and Jenny Stringham to get it going.
You know, Dave, and I can't say enough about Lindsay Tasker. Ever since Lockport scored in that 2nd inning, she has slammed the door on them, scattering 4 hits in those last 8 innings. She's done a fine job.
You look back at that particular inning, the 2nd inning, Lockport was able to reach her for a run, but it took 3 consecutive 2-out hits. Jessica Richards will pinch hit here for Julie Balicki as we start the 11th inning. Jessica, 5'4" sophomore. Balicki struggled to play a little bit, so Richards tried to start it off.
She's definitely anxious. The ump wasn't even in there, boy. She was ready to go.
Richards this season, not an official at bat. She came up late here and came up for the postseason. So this will be her first varsity at bat. What a situation. The 11th inning of a 1-1 state semifinal game.
I'm sure this is a girl we mentioned on the Sports Zone the other night, Dave, as one of the ones coming up for the future of Lockport.
Facing Lindsay Tasker and sends it off the first base bag.
No,
Now
it hit the orange bag.
They're going to call it a foul ball. Yeah. It's the safety base over at first base. There is the white bag, which is the official first base bag. Then there's the orange base that's attached to it. That's the safety base that hit the orange base in foul territory.
I'll tell you something, that's an excellent call because
yes,
you only have the blink of an eye to make this call here, and it definitely hit that orange base over at first base, which in fact is in foul territory. But she hit the ball hard, you know, off the base there. It goes up in the air.
Richards will chop this one to second. Lair will come hard. Richards will not beat this one out. One out here in the 11th.
And what a difference a few inches makes.
Yep.
I mean, she could be on second base here. Instead, she's an out in the book.
Kristen Perry will come to the plate for her 5th at-bat of the day. She has one hit in those 4 at-bats. The other 3 times, she's grounded out to Floyd at third base. So if I'm Jenny Floyd, I'm getting my glove ready to go.
Well, if I'm Kristen Perry, I got to say, I've got to try somebody else, man.
Floyd has done it all down there at that third base bag today.
Oh,
here we go again. That's amazing. 4 out of the 5 times, Perry has grounded out to the third baseman.
And I'm sure you've seen that before, Dave, and I've actually done that kind of thing before. You keep hitting the ball at the same person, you know, and you just want to strangle them when you get them in the parking lot after the game.
That's the 9th assist of the game by Jenny Floyd, the third baseman. More importantly, very quickly, it's 2 outs here in the inning. Jenny Stringham, she singled with 2 outs in the 9th inning. She was eventually left at second base. Hard hit to the shortstop, Hughes. Once again, a 1-2-3 inning. We've played 10.5 innings. A run decides it as we go to the bottom of the 11th, tied at 1.
Wait.
To turn it on, I have to wait. Basically, I'm doing a lot of waiting.
With Media One, just click, 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 and you're there.
Throughout the day, I am 1 click away from the internet.
Broadband technology speeds everything up. It's fast.
Instead of pushing a button 50 times and getting a busy signal.
Media One is always on.
It's fast.
It changed my life, my internet life.
It is unbelievable.
Media One Express. This is broadband. This is the way.
Media One right here on the outfield wall at Mary M. Bell Field on the campus of Northern Illinois University. Again, we have been happy to bring you this coverage of the state softball tournament. And again, I know people think that we're just trying to pat each other on the back here, but I can't say enough about our crew, our technical crew that brings you this game. Heck, all Bob Gonson and I do is we just talk about what we're seeing, but these guys are out there laboring in this weather. They keep producing the shots. They keep making the plays with their cameras.
Yeah, and you know, the thing is they have to stand out there in inclement weather sometimes. You know, sometimes it's cold out there. You know, we have the luxury of sitting in the press box watching this thing and just bringing it to you, commenting on what we see. And everybody does do a very good job here, a very professional outfit.
Our producer is Mark Battaglia, Jeff Prod, technical support, Mark Kunla on graphics, Jan Clare replays, and everybody else that makes things happen around Mary M. Bell Field. This is our final telecast of the year, and what a way to go out. First pitch here in the bottom of the 11th inning to the leadoff hitter, Aaron Carr. Fastball for a strike. We're at the top of the Glenwood order. Carr, Hughes, and Lair. Only one hit out of those first 3 hitters today. And again, Carr tries to bunt her way on. A sophomore can't do it. Corners are in tight. Balicki has gone back to right field, re-entering the game. Did she go? Yes, she did. That is the 15th strikeout of the day for Lindgren.
And this, if you're Lockport, is exactly how you want to start the inning off, by getting yourself an out here, a ball that breaks away from Aaron Carr that you just can't hold up on. Umpire calls it strike 3. I think that was a called strike, to be honest with you. I'm not sure she went.
Yeah, I didn't quite understand the signal. Tori Hughes, a single today. Oh, that ball was in Perry's glove when Hughes decided to swing.
Yeah, you think Shannon slowed down? Wrong.
You know, that's why softball games can last a long time. It can go into several extra innings because pitchers do not show any indication of weakening. She gunned strike 2 in there with the foul ball back. Susie Lair is on deck. Hughes today has been on base a couple of times. Thrown out of the plate. She was stranded at second base in the 9th inning. Glenwood has had their chances here in extra innings. Should I take that back? They've had one good chance. That was in the 9th inning.
That's amazing how fast these games can get far into extra innings, too.
I mean, we're in the 11th inning. Looped into right field. Sullins has to go off her glove. And with one out, Glenwood has the winning run at first base. And once again, it's in the form of Tori Hughes.
You know, Lockport's pretty fortunate here that Tori Hughes turned this base going to her right instead of thinking this might drop and going hard to her left, because I think she could have made it to second actually on this. You're going to see this ball get kicked and rolled all the way to the fence before Sullins finally does come up with it. I definitely think Hughes could have made it to second.
I agree. Susie Lair with one out. She sacrificed twice today. She may have to do it again.
Come on,
Gets it down. Perry pounces. Throws. The out made at first base. Sullins hung on to the bag.
And doesn't that just drive you crazy when an umpire sits there and makes you wait? But a good call by the umpire. You'll see a bunt here come out in front of the plate here. Perry pounces on this ball as she should. Comes up, makes sure she gets inside the baseline here to make that throw to Sullins. But she hangs onto the ball and hangs on to the base. And there's that call.
The runner at second base is up to Becky Westendorf. To center field. Stringham makes the grab right in front of Blackmore. And that means we will play a 12th inning. The Porters come so close to losing it in 11, 1-1. As great a facility as this is, Mary M. Bale Field, doggone it, they just don't have enough innings to hang on to a 12-inning game. Look at that.
And no score at the end of one. 8 hits for Lockport, 5 over there for Glenwood.
Lockport's run scoring in the 2nd inning. That was a long time ago, and you know what now seems a long time ago in the 5th inning. That's when Chatham Glenwood got their run.
Yeah, it's a whole ball game ago.
We're at
boy, I can't believe how long Lockport's been shut down here.
We are at 2:15 in the afternoon. This game started at 11:30. This after the Porters played until 1:30 this same morning. Shannon Lindgren with 15 strikeouts. She's just 2 away from the state final series record of 17 by Tina Zaccolo out of Thornwood, and that came versus Lockport in the 1990 title game. Now, a lot of irony in a lot of those numbers. We get to the bottom half of this next inning, we can talk a little bit more about that. Leading it off here in the 12th inning will be Erica Clift. She bats 8th in this Lockport order, and Lindsay Tasker just keeps on coming out there. Tasker has done it without the benefit of the big strikeout pitch. She has struck out just 5. The last strikeout came in the 7th inning. Westendorf comes on and makes the grab. So Tasker is making Lockport hit the ball, and her defense is making the plays.
No doubt about it, and Westendorf was in a little more than she had been, previously in this ball game, Dave. Otherwise, that one might have fallen in. But a good hustling catch there by Becky Westendorf.
A pinch hitter now for Shannon Lindgren. It will be Katie Porzell. Porzell with 7 hits and 20 at-bats on the season. And this is as much, I think, just to keep Lindgren into the dugout here as anything else. Obviously, Porzell, pretty nice batting average at .350. They figure that, of course, Lindgren will come back out and re-enter this game.
Yeah, don't get shaky, Lockport fans.
Yeah.
She'll be back out there.
Porzell gets a look at Tasker, who starts her up high.
And a lot of times in games like this, too, Dave, as the game wears on, you have to be smart with your bench, too.
Bench could dry up in a hurry.
Something's funny out there. Something's very funny. The pitcher is laughing, and we're in the 12th inning of the state semifinal ball game.
All right, she's composed, I think.
Makes you wonder just what the signal was.
Here's the pitch to Porzell. Inside, 2-0. Three balls, no strikes to the pinch hitter, Katie Porzell. Looking at that pitch all the way for a strike, 3-1.
I'd imagine she may be looking again here, Dave.
Swinging away, hits it hard, but foul. Katie Porzell, a 5'5" junior.
You will. Good job. Get on base.
Ball thrown into the outfield, and they will return it to home plate. 1 out here in the top of the 12th inning. Locked in a 1-to-1 battle. Jam job into the infield. Lair, 2 outs.
And this is why this game remains, continue to be played here. Lindsay Tasker gets off the hook here after going 3-0 to Katie Porzell. She retires her.
I'll bring up Katie Blackmore. 2 for 5 today. Katie a double, a run-scoring double in the second, and a single, an infield single in the 10th. She's up there with 2 outs here in the 12th inning. Left field dropping quickly and down for a base hit. Big turn by Blackmore. They have her picked. If they can get her, they can't. Aggressive base running for Katie Blackmore, her 3rd hit of the day.
Well, this was a pop-up off the end of Katie Blackmore's bat that fell into left field. And there's nothing wrong with Katie Blackmore taking a big turn here off of first, as long as you can get back. And Natalie Overman's throw was almost over the head of Susie Lair on this plate. The throw, when it first was let go, I thought might get over her head. It was definitely high. There
Blackmore
she is.
is at first, yep.
3 for 6.
An outstanding tournament for the regionals on. Here's LaToya Campbell. Swings through the high rise. If Campbell can find a gap, Blackmore has the wheels to get it around. Our Burke wants to talk to Campbell. She may want to talk about her batting right-handed here. This is not necessarily a bunt nor necessarily a slap situation. She may be asking LaToya what she feels better, which side of the plate she feels better about driving the ball. Whatever it is, it gets a little smile out of Toya.
One thing's for sure, Dave, is Glenwood has got LaToya Campbell right now, as I look at the outfielders, played where they should have her played. But if she pulls one down that right field line, that could be an inside the park home run, actually, for her. But I haven't seen her do that yet.
Right.
So they do have her played correctly, as you can see. shaded toward the left.
This one fouled back. A pretty good cut on that one, a little bit late on it. Tasker has her up in the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Back up over the press box.
Look out, cameraman.
Too late.
Protect that plate now, Abe. Protect that plate. You execute.
Scott Briggs up on the camera up above home plate. Boy, that's always a dangerous spot. I wouldn't want to be there at any game, baseball, softball. Working hard into our 12th inning of coverage here in the semifinals. Your corner cameras at third, first base, Scott Shepper and Mike Sawarski. Up high. You like this shot right there? That's Glenn Mueller coming at you from center field. We have you covered around the field here at Mary M. Field. Check swing, and it gets out of play into the press table.
A fine play by Scott Slocum over there.
That's the only play that guy's ever made.
Look at him.
Oh. Yeah, you know what? And he turns, he knows where the camera's at.
Oh, yeah, right. He
Yeah.
looked right at you, didn't he, Dave?
That's right, yeah. Scott shows up for a game, makes a play, and he gets more camera time than I do. What's up with that? Toya Campbell will work here on a 1-2 count.
Tell you what, Dave, you're going to hear about that catch for a while.
Yeah. Talk about dropping one into your hands. I want to see him spread. I want to see him catch a line drive. That's what I want. Just missing 2 and 2.
I'd like to see him come out here and leg out a triple.
2-2 pitch to Campbell. Chopper, shortstop. She'll go the long way. Campbell beats it out for the base hit. Here goes Blackmore to third.
Man.
She's safe there. Here goes Campbell into second.
Oh, I'll tell you what. I got to tell you, Dave, I think LaToya was out by an eyelash at first. I really do.
Well, they thought that Blackmore was out at third. Here's a replay action all over this field.
We see Campbell chop the ball here to shortstop Tori Hughes, who came up to get the ball. But I tell you, I think she was out. I really do.
I think she was safe. Here's the one that I thought may have been out. Over here to Blackmore trying to get into third. Nope, she was in there.
She got in there under that tag, yeah.
And now while Floyd was arguing, Campbell hot-footed it into second base. So the bottom line here is when all is settled and done and the dust is cleared, Lockport has runners at second and third with 2 outs in the top of the 12th inning. Amy Ligmanowski will be the next hitter, and the conversation is out at the mound. You had the go-ahead run at third base in the form of Katie Blackmore, insurance at second with LaToya Campbell. Amy Ligmanowski, last night's hero, 0 for 5. She'll be at the plate. 0 for 5 here today, and the Porter fans are fired up.
Oh, yeah. Big time energy now among the Lockport fans right out in front of us here.
With 2 outs in the 12th inning, Ligmanowski will dig in. Good cut and a miss.
Well, I got a feel here, Dave. Hit's going to score 2 on this. Again, that outfield, for some reason, is playing kind of deep.
A hit that scores 1 is big.
Oh, yeah. Well, here comes center fielder Wessendorf in now. A few steps.
Ligmanowski will take. Evens up the count at 1-1.
Well, just a couple of innings ago, Katie Blackmore found herself over at third base again. And in the 10th, when Jessica Sullins grounded to second to end that inning.
Hard hit ball to the shortstop. Bobbles. Got her at first.
And she got her, too. She got her.
Tori Hughes recovered in time and makes the play. Glenwood is alive. We go to the bottom of the 12th. Boy, in pressure situations, you have to make pressure plays. That score is 1-1 because of the solid, keep your head about you play here by Tori Hughes, the shortstop.
And a ground ball hit right at her. As you can see, it's only a one-hop shot, but she kind of loses her balance a little bit, but keeps her composure, throws to first, and I'm telling you, this is an eyelash play, but she definitely got Ligmanowski at first on an excellent stretch there, too. Don't forget Stephanie Roberts on that play.
Roberts went out and got that ball. A good call at first base. Wow, what a play to win the top of the 12th inning.
It's gotten louder. Uh-oh, the Harlem people are coming back. It's going to get a lot louder pretty soon.
Wow.
Excitement, excitement, excitement. You got to love this, man. You really do.
This is fabulous.
I like it. That's all I know. I'm not nervous at all.
Chatham Glenwood fans, they're just making some noise because they've held their breath for the last 3 minutes. 1-1 the score, and into the bottom of the 12th we go. Katie Young, Jenny Floyd, and then Lindsay Tasker. Young today has one of the 5 hits put on the board by the Redskins. Quickly 0-2, the count to Young. Shannon Lindgren, 15 strikeouts, 2 away from tying the state final series record of 17 by Tina Zaccolo from Thornwood. And she's one closer. That is the 16th strikeout. And as irony would have it, 17 strikeouts by Zaccolo came against Lockport in the 1990 state championship game, a game won by the Thunderbirds. And the thing that's ironic about that, too, is Shannon Lindgren is considered the best pitcher in the state of Illinois this year, and by some people, the best ever in the state of Illinois. Who is she compared to? Tina Zaccolo from Thornwood. 1 out in the 12th inning. Jenny Floyd, the third baseman, swings and misses.
I'll tell you what, that ball really had some gas on it. I'm guessing that ball was 63, 64. That one really got home in a hurry.
Ten hits for Lockport today. They've left 11 runners on base. Outside corner for a strike. Floyd has not been too happy with the umpires here in the last couple of minutes.
Well, Glenwood's definitely had a rougher road in extra innings than Lockport has. Since the 5th inning, Glenwood's only gotten 1 hit, and that came last inning.
Van Vossen will make the reach, and it's a good thing she did because nobody was near the bag at first base.
Oh, yeah.
Well, this game, you know, we were at that 15-inning game. You had it right here on Media One, Downers Grove South. Really reminds you so much of that because you recall in extra innings, Downers South really did not have a threat in that ball game. It seemed as if it was just a matter of time before Lockport would score that 1 run that it would take.
Right. It's like Downers waited for them to finally end it on them.
Lindsay Tasker, her counterpart, stepping in at home plate.
Well, Lindsay's just going to try to do what she can to put this bat on the ball, although she's had a lot of trouble doing that with 3 strikeouts this afternoon.
2-1.
If you want to know what that constant sound is, it's coins in a jug that they're shaking, the Glenwood fans.
I remember that at the
It's
state.
not a train. It sounds like a train.
Remember at the state football finals, you should see about, oh, I don't know, 4,000 or 5,000 of the Glenwood fans up in the bleachers at Illinois State University with those jugs.
Oh, man, that must have been annoying.
You don't like that, do you?
Oh. Murder was legal.
Tasker on a 1-hopper back to Lindgren. Well, after a crazy top half inning, this is a very calm bottom half of the 12th inning. Nothing's changed, folks. It's 1-1, Lockport and Glenwood. We're going to play number 13.
Don't worry, I brought one.
It's better when I relax. When I know it's safe.
We're not having sex unless you use one.
Feels good going on.
The pill isn't going to protect us from AIDS.
You don't have one? Bye-bye. You won't be feeling anything because we won't be outside.
Here, let me do it.
Why?
Because you care about me.
No excuses, no regrets. Wrap it up every time.
For more information on safer sex, call toll-free 1-888-BE-SAFE-1.
2 hours and 50 minutes, our game time so far. We're closing in on the state record here. In fact, let's see what the time is at the end of this 13th inning, but we're not too far away from it here in DeKalb, and this is the state semifinals. We welcome you to our coverage here on Media One. I'm Dave Bernhardt. Bob Gonsolin working feverishly to get another score page written. Bob, you have to come up with the technique like I have, where you just can throw extra sheets on here.
Yeah, I know. I'm a rookie.
All right,
what can I say?
Bob's not going to be talking for a while. He's got some names to write down, so I'll take you into the top of the 13th inning. Jessica Sullins, Julie Balicki, and Kristen Perry. 4, 5, and 6 for the Porters. Boy, what's a long day's night? That's what the last, 12 hours have been. Lockport, in the last 12 hours, has played 19 innings of softball.
That's unbelievable. I mean, it's the equivalent just about of 3 ball games here. A lot of pitches on the arm of Shannon Lindgren, and there will be more.
You know, and these two teams will both be playing later on, and depending on how long this game lasts, the third place game, which would involve the loser of this game, well, we're really only 2.5 hours away from the start of that one right now at this moment.
It's going to be hard for either one of these teams to advance and win that next game, Dave.
Yeah, no matter what. I mean, it's just draining. What a battle it is here. Had a little conversation out in right field with the right fielder for Glenwood, Aaron Carr. The umpire was out talking to her, so was the trainer, making sure she's okay. There she is. We play on here. Sullins to lead it off, and changeup starts the inning by Tasker. Jessica today looking for her first hit. Pitch on the inside corner. Count evened up at 1 ball and 1 strike. Ground ball, shortstop. A little bit easier play than Tori Hughes had to end the 12th inning.
Well, Lockport's definitely tested the left side of this infield of Glenwood today, as Jessica Sullins does there, grounding out to short to start this 13th inning.
Julie Balicki re-entered the game. She was pinch hit for the last time by Jessica Richards. That was in the 11th inning. She immediately re-entered defensively, so she's up there hitting again. Again, I don't think Julie's seeing the ball real well right now. Her head pulling off it a little bit.
She hasn't had a good at-bat yet today in this ball game. And you go through those kind of situations as a hitter.
That time Tasker just blows the fastball past her. Tasker's pitched her well, though. It seems like, you know, when you're struggling a little bit, that pitcher just makes great pitches, and that's what Tasker has done today with Balicki.
Well, this is Balicki's first appearance in a state tournament, too.
Once again, they'll try Hughes. And 3 straight assists by Tori Hughes. 2 outs here in the 13th inning. And check out Barb Burke, an ice pack on her right forearm. I'm not sure where that would have come from. Boy, talk about being dangerous here.
Yeah. Yeah, who knows how that happened or what that is even for.
Maybe it's for luck. There's been stranger things that coaches carry around for luck. Kristen Perry with 2 outs here in the 13th inning. Lindsay Tasker has allowed 10 hits through 12 and 2/3 innings.
Oh,
she goes down on
we
that
got to get
pitch.
a shot of her face.
Yeah. She's okay. There you go. Oops.
Yep. Well, Lindsay Tasker goes down to the deck here. You got to keep your feet under her. Watch this left foot here. Whoa!
Ready to go. Right field, Carr, the ball dropping fast, just foul.
Just foul was right, too. Not fouled by much.
Perry will come back and try it again. If you're looking ahead into the bottom of the 13th inning, 8, 9, and 1 for the Chatham-Glenwood Redskins. Pitch to Perry. Ground ball, third, knocked down by Floyd. This time she will not get her. Single for Kristen Perry with 2 outs.
Well, this is the only time today that Jenny Floyd hasn't made a play. As you'll see here, Perry drives one toward the line. She knocks it down, which does take a base away. That could have been 2, but the throw's not in time as Perry beats this one out easily.
2 outs. Perry at first, Jenny Stringham at the plate. If you look for patterns in this ball game, Stringham has made an out, gotten a hit, made an out, gotten a hit, made an out.
What's
fill in the blanks? Most of Lockport's excitement today has come with 2 outs. Hey, let's talk about Lindsay Tasker for a second. She's allowed 1 run in this game. It was in the 2nd inning. She's gone 11 scoreless innings here.
Long time ago, man. Long time ago. That was around noon, I think.
Up high to Stringham. Ball and 2 strikes. Stringham with those pigtails flopping about her shoulders is ready. Holds up on that curveball outside, 2-2. You look for gaps in the outfield. There are some in the gaps. The outfield playing deep. This one will make it on top of the Lockport dugout. Boy, concessions have not been too busy today. Nobody wants to leave the bleachers for fear of missing something here. We're in the 13th inning. Recall Lockport in 1997, their state championship victory came in 15 innings. Stringham to center field. Westendorf dead in her tracks will make the catch for the 3rd out, and that will end the top half of the 13th inning. We can say it again, if Glenwood scores a run, this game is over.
Sievers pumps, throws, pound! Once again, played a Class 6A state championship ball game. Joliet is going to Peoria!
The haze over DeKalb, Illinois. It's been that way all day long. This is the 2nd state semifinal game of the day. Harlem out of McChesney Park earlier today, much earlier today, shut out Sandburg 1-0, scoring their lone run in the top of the 7th inning, and that was a dramatic game. But how about this one? We top it. A game into the bottom of the 13th inning. Talk about 2 teams from different parts of the state just slugging it out with each other. It's a battle of wills right now.
Yeah, it's definitely gotten that way, Dave. We're in the bottom of the 13th inning, and as we said a couple of innings ago, it's coming down now to who's going to want it more than the other team, because everything else is pretty equal right now. I think Lockport has had a little more offense, as you can see, 10 hits to 5. But the all-important column is the runs, and we're deadlocked here at 1-1.
Glenwood will have Elizabeth Higg, Natalie Overman, and then Erin Carr. Between those 3 hitters, just 1 hit, but it is a huge hit. Natalie Overman's double down the left field line all the way to the wall. A 2-out hit drove in Jenny Floyd with the tying run, and again, taking you back to that 5th inning, Floyd reached by striking out on an error on a drop third strike by Kristen Perry. So an unearned run scored by the Redskins, but nevertheless it counts as 1, matches Lockport's 1. We go to the bottom of inning number 13. "16 strikeouts by Shannon Lindgren." She starts Pig with a strike.
She goes again.
Only 2 innings since that 5th inning have the Redskins gotten a runner on base against Lindgren. Retiring the side in order in the 6th, the 7th, the 8th, the 10th, and the 12th.
Well, there's no question Shannon Lindgren's definitely been up to the task. It's just that the offense has just fallen a little short so far.
Pig sticks her bat out to stay alive. Elizabeth Pig, one of 7 seniors on this team that started back in 1996 when Glenwood finished 4th in the state. That was a day saw the Redskins play 3 games in one day. Little looper out to Jenny Stringham for the first out. Softly hit, and with 1 out, Natalie Overman, the left fielder, will come to the plate.
Well, it's just a struggle now. It's a struggle between, can Glenwood find a way to score on Stringham, to can Lockport get a run themselves? I mean, it's like, you know Lockport's pitching is going to be very hard to overcome, but, when's the offense going to kick in?
Basically, it's been 1 swing of the bat today by Glenwood. That's why we're playing here in the 13th inning, and that 1 swing came from the young lady at the plate. 1 swing, 1 pitch. Isn't that amazing? And here we are in the 13th inning. Lindgren has allowed 5 hits, struck out 16. She has walked 2.
Well, one thing's for sure about Glenwood, especially Lindsay Tasker, this team came to play. There's no doubt about that.
Lindgren, the easy way, 1-3. Well, you feel confident with Van Bossen over at first base, don't you?
This girl's a very good defensive first baseman. I can't say enough about her because, we don't get a chance to see her bat, and she's never in the spotlight like you are when you come to the plate. But she's very, very good defensively at first. She's got a good stretch. She's got a good vertical jump. She was a good volleyball player on Lockport, Lockport's volleyball team this year. Helps to have a good glove in a position like that.
With 2 outs in the 13th inning, Erin Carr, the leadoff batter in the Redskin lineup at the plate. Carr has not done her job today. She's been at the plate for her 6th time now. She's struck out 3 of those 3 of those previous 5 appearances.
That's a tough day.
Oh, now what did she do with that? That was an interesting little maneuver with their bat. They will ask.
I think she did.
Oh, they'll say no.
Oh, man. I don't know if I agree with that.
Huh. That was very strange. Well, let's play umpire here, okay? What do you think?
You make the call. Oh, God, yeah.
Easy, big boy. Pulls back on that pitch. 2-1 is the count to Erin Carr with 2 outs here in the 13th inning.
Now you got him where you want him. Come on.
Lindgren is ready. Pulls back again. 3 balls, 1 strike. Lindgren looks at Jenny Stringham and kind of says, what do you think?
If you look in the background there, we just had a shot there of someone shaking one of those obnoxious jugs.
I'm going to get you one of these. I'm going to get you one. I'll make you one. There's the bunt. Van Bossen will pick it up. Put out made at first base. Folks, you want to play 2 games in 1? We can do it. We're going to the 14th inning here in the state semifinal. 1-1 is our score. Looking down in the Glenwood crowd. What's that in that lady's right hand? What is that? Look at that jug. Fill it with coins. banging around and bring it to Bob Gonsolin.
That's right. Well, you know what? I think I'm going to bring one of those to the Sports Zone show Wednesday and show you just what I think of one of those jugs.
Look, they're kind of shaking. I'm so tired. It's the 14th inning. I've been shaking this for 13 innings.
Yeah.
Well, we're looking at some state records that could be falling here today in this particular game. We talked about Shannon Lindgren. She's a strikeout away of tying the state series record, 17 strikeouts. And we will move into second place as far as longest game is concerned. This game is going on 3 hours and 2 minutes, the second longest game in state tournament history, 3 hours and 5 minutes. And that ball game involved these same Lockport Porters in the 97 state championship game, 15-inning win over Morton. Still have a half an hour to go if you want to break the overall record. New Trier and Marion Catholic back in 1987. And believe it or not, I was at that ball game as well, Bob. I think I'm your good luck piece here.
Yeah, that's good to know.
They weren't shaking any jugs in 87
I got
that I can
for you,
recall.
man. There's soreness approaching.
We lead it off here in the top of the 14th inning. The Porters will come to the plate. 8-9-1. Erica Cliff will lead it off. The count is 1-1 to her. Outside, 2-1. You need runners to score. Fouled back. 2-2. Shannon Lindgren is on deck. You remember she was pinch hit for her last time up.
This is just a classic battle of two pitchers going at each other, one using her defense a little bit more.
They'll use it again. One out to Lair.
And Lindsay Tasker has been up to it today. I mean, she's used the defense. You get a look there at Susie Lair, who made the last catch there.
Shannon Lindgren has had a little bit of a breather since her last at bat. Her last at bat came in the 9th inning. She does have one hit today. It was a single and a big one in the 2nd inning and kept that inning alive. Set up the Porters' run. 2-0 with a count. Hear Barb Burke in the background saying, "Make it be there." Fouled back. Well, you better stay alive here with foul balls flying all over the place.
Yeah, there have been several in this game, too.
Barb has lost the ice pack on her forearm. Get some mosquitoes along the way.
Pop it.
Heard her say pop it. She wants that top hand from Shannon Lindgren to really snap and drive the ball.
Well, if she can get something on the inner half and drive it hard, there's a huge gap in left center, too.
Didn't quite turn it over.
Yeah, that was the pitch,
yeah,
too.
It was.
That was the pitch. You gotta feel that bat might be a little bit slower here in the 14th inning.
3-2 is our count with one out here in the 14th inning. 1-1 is our score here in the AA state semifinals. This is a bad handle job. Roberts for the second out. Again, it seems kind of hard to believe that the last strikeout that Lindsay Tasker had was back in the 7th inning. That was a game ago.
Yes, it was.
She has gone nearly a game without a strikeout, without allowing a run in the last 12 innings. Blackmore on the first pitch. Westendorf will come on in and make the grab. A 1-2-3 inning for the Porters. We'll go to the bottom of the 14th inning. A run for Glenwood. They go to the finals.
I've been playing soccer for 9 years. I like all different types of moves in soccer. Bicycle is one of them. It's one of the best ways to score in a game.
When you love something, you'll go to any lengths to do it right. So why treat your health any differently? It's still as easy as ever to get HIV, the virus that causes AIDS. And you probably already know how to protect yourself. If you don't, find out and then use what you know.
Be a force for change.
When you protect yourself, you protect everybody.
Well, here are some of those records that we are closing in on in this game. Lindgren, one shy of strikeouts in a game. Lindgren, 2 innings. Of course, she'll have to finish out this inning. Tasker actually could tie and break that record before Lindgren could. And yep, that longest game, we talked about it. That was played in '97 in the championship ball game. Team strikeouts, 22. Woo. And you're all getting it right here on Media One. What a way what a way to close out our season.
Yeah.
You know, when we talk, Bob, in a sports
We just
zone,
don't want to quit. That's what it is. I don't want to quit.
We'll stretch this one as long as it takes.
That's right.
You know, we've talked about it on the Sports Zone this year. What a great year we've had in terms of game coverage. And, you know, this is just what a great way to climax it.
Yeah. You come back here tonight, midnight, folks, I'll still be sitting up here talking to myself. Because there won't be anybody else here with any sense.
I'm not so sure about that.
Yeah, of course, you never know.
You know, yesterday it was a long day because of the weather. This has become a long day because of this 3+ hour game.
Well, if Lockport wants to win this state tournament, they're really going to have to earn it. You mix in the weather plus the fact that they've played an extra game here.
Those are your numbers. 1-1. Bottom of the 14th, Tori Hughes will start it. Hughes today has been on base 3 times.
That girl, here we go. Come on.
Hughes has been left in scoring position twice, each of her last 2 times, in the 9th inning and the 11th inning. She was gunned down trying to score on a 2-out hit in the 4th inning. Two and 0 to Hughes. Now the sun starting to come out.
Well, at least it won't rain for a while anyway. I shouldn't say that.
3-0. Trouble of brewing here if you're a Porter fan. Hughes will have to leave the bat on her shoulder here with the count 3 balls and no strikes. A 4-pitch walk. There is your winning run heading down to first base in the form of Tori Hughes. She has been on base each of her last 3 at-bats here in extra innings.
Tori Hughes definitely continues to be the thorn in the side of Shannon Lindgren today.
And Susie Lair, the leading hitter, we've said it how many times today, for Glenwood. She has sacrificed Hughes in the scoring position each of her last 2 at-bats. She'll look to do it again. Well, she was taking all the way.
You're all right.
Called strike.
Well, it just gets hard to, you know, continue to sacrifice with Susie Lair coming in here with 50 hits before the tournament started.
She's swinging through this time. Interesting. Now the bunt sign may be on here. She may have given her, head coach Sean Zedrick may have given her 1 pitch here to work with. Nobody out in the 14th. Nope, she's swinging away all the way. So the strategy here is I've got to let my best hitter swing the bat.
You know, and I really can't disagree with that. She's in the 3rd hole for a reason. 50 hits is a lot of hits.
Well, I will disagree. I don't care. At this situation, I would bunt that runner to second base. But maybe not now with 2 strikes. 0-2. Lair ready. 0-2 the count. This is down low. Lair to be followed by Westendorf, then Katie Young. Lindgren, that deep breath. Ball hit hard but foul onto the cages here at Mary M. Bell Field.
Well, Susie Lair definitely got a beat on that last pitch as Lindgren took a little bit off and got her out in front to foul one, well foul.
Probably a good thing she took a little off that one. If you're looking at a ball, it could be pretty well hit into the gaps.
Speaking of gaps, there's another big one there in left center.
Indeed. Swing and a miss. There's the strikeout that ties the state series record. 17 now for Shannon Lindgren.
Well, Shannon Lindgren definitely wasn't fooling around here with Susie Lair on this pitch. I don't know if it had anything to do with that last foul ball, but I'll tell you what, this is a real good rise ball here coming in from Shannon Lindgren, and there's just no way Susie Lair can catch up with this pitch here, as you'll see, right on by her.
Becky Westendorf at the plate now with Hughes at first base. Westendorf today, one hit that was back in the second inning. A ball and a strike. 11 hits today by the Porters. They've left 12 runners on base. Only 6 left on base through 13 innings by Chatham Glenwood. Pitch to Westendorf, out of the reach of Stringham. Hughes will go into second, so the winning run is at second base with 1 out in the 14th inning.
And it looked like when this ball was hit by Becky Westendorf that Jenny Stringham might actually come up with this ball because she got a pretty good jump, but the ball just kept running away from her. As you can see, the spin probably took it away from her. She makes a very nice dive for the ball, but it's by her into left field, and Campbell comes up with it to bring it back in. Lockport's got themselves in a situation here.
Runners at first and second, 1 out in the 14th inning in the state semifinals. The winning run is at second base. At the plate will be Katie Young, but first, a conference on the mound. And a conference in center field, a conference offensively.
Well, it's come down to this. This is definitely the best threat Glenwood's had in a while, at least in the first time they've had 2 runners on since the 9th inning, and before that was when they got the run in the 5th. They haven't been in this position too many times today.
Sean Zedrick, what more could she say to Katie Young? The word in that huddle right there has to be, we have to knock down every single ball that is hit.
Right.
You cannot allow a ball to get past you here.
Absolutely, no question about it. And if you're able to get an out somewhere, go ahead and grab that out. But you're going to see some infielders getting dirty on ground balls if they have to.
17 strikeouts for that young lady. She needs number 18 right now.
Yeah, if she ever needed a strikeout among the 100 she has, this is definitely a strikeout situation. She has to have one, all right.
She has 345 strikeouts this season. Katie Young at the plate. Into the air, LaToya Campbell in her tracks. That's the second out of the inning. Young put the bat on the ball, but Campbell was right there. There are 2 out.
And on that fly ball, Tori Hughes, who's standing on second base, was off the base a little bit. She was not tagging just to see if the ball would drop. Campbell makes the catch, and Hughes had to scoot back to second as Campbell threw behind her.
Now it's Jenny Floyd's turn. Floyd does not have a hit today. The winning run at second base with 2 outs in the 14th inning. Inside corner for a strike. Missing outside, 1-1.
I think Lindgren and Perry definitely wanted that pitch. Perry held the glove in the spot where the ball hit for a little longer than usual.
Lindgren will step back on the rubber. The pitch. Hit deep to left center field, but there is Campbell to make the grab. The last 2 balls hit on the nose. LaToya Campbell makes the grab in both instances. We'll go to the 15th inning, tied at 1.
Sievers pumps, throws out! They will once again play the Class 6A state championship ball game.
tell you what, these last two hitters here, Katie Young and Jenny Floyd, and that heart jump into the throats of a few Lockport fans. This last ball was hit pretty well.
Yeah, you know, when it first left the bat, Dave, I thought it had a chance to split the gap there, maybe, but actually what you're getting a look at here is the strikeout that tied the record here.
Speaking of tying records, we are tying a record right at this moment when this first pitch is thrown in this 15th inning. That will tie the Class AA record here in the state tournament. Of course, we mentioned that when's the last time this happened? It was 2 years ago when Lockport beat Morton in the state championship game in 15 innings. Also happened in 1987, New Trier and Marion Catholic. So you are getting your money's worth here on Media One today.
You know, Dave, I'll tell you, the jugs is one thing, but now there's people out there with little water bottles with coins in them. You're going too far. You're just going too far. I don't know. Maybe it's,
jugs are too heavy now.
Maybe it's
played 14
yeah,
innings.
That's true. That's true. You want to lift light and get a lot of reps in there. I understand.
You wouldn't think that gal right there has pitched 14 innings, the last 12 of which have been scoreless.
Yeah, boy, she's a real trooper.
Lindsay Tasker, senior. Lindsay, 21-5 record this season. She will face LaToya Campbell to start things off in the 15th inning. You heard Barb Burke say, get your hands up. And I'll tell you a couple of things. Of course, every coach will tell you that, get your hands up. But think fatigue right now.
Yeah.
Your hands just naturally will drop a little bit unless you think about it.
I agree.
Campbell puts it down. Foul ball. Well, if she gets that ball out about 3 feet, that's a base hit.
No question about it. It didn't go anywhere. She bunted it, it hit the ground and stopped right behind home plate. But I'll tell you what, that definitely would have been a hit if it moves a little for her.
Toya Campbell leading off the 15th inning. There's a chop to Floyd. Floyd gets rid of it in a hurry. You know, she got rid of it in a hurry, but she was very relaxed doing it.
Yeah, and another good play over there by Floyd to retire the leadoff hitter, LaToya Campbell. You know if that ball's chopped your way on the left side and LaToya's running, you'd better get rid of it.
Amy Ligmanowski will come to the plate. Amy was involved in a play in the 12th inning where she grounded the ball to the shortstop, Tori Hughes. Hughes bobbled it, stumbled, still had time, and nailed Ligmanowski by an eyelash, and that prevented Lockport from taking the lead. Sophomore third baseman. Very solid, steady performer. Chopper up the middle, Lair nicely to her right. 2 up, 2 down. Last 6 porters have been retired by Tasker.
And Glenwood definitely brought their gloves today. There's no doubt about this. This is very similar to that Downers Grove game we saw where there were a lot of balls put in play, but Downers Grove kept throwing leather at them and throwing it and throwing it. Glenwood's done it today.
Jessica Sullins takes inside on the first pitch. 2 outs here in the 15th. To center field, Westendorf comes on and makes the grab. That's a 1-2-3 inning for the Lockport Porters. We go to the bottom of the 15th inning, tied 1-1.
Wait.
To turn it on, I have to wait. Basically, I'm doing a lot of waiting.
With Media One,
Just click, and you're there.
Throughout the day, I am 1 click away from the internet.
broadband technology speeds everything up. It's fast.
Instead of pushing a button 50 times and getting a busy signal.
Media One is always on.
It's fast.
It changed my life, my internet life.
It is unbelievable.
Media One Express. This is broadband. This is the way.
Welcome back to Merriam Field, everybody, on the campus of Northern Illinois University. We go to the bottom of the 15th inning. Both teams have been pecking away. They cannot dent that plate. The last time a run was scored in this game was back in the 5th inning. I'm Dave Bernhardt. Bob Gonsolin is here as well. And Bob, the thing that I keep thinking is how much longer can these teams be making the pressure plays?
Yeah.
defensively.
Yeah, exactly. It's, you know, you got to get the feeling that something strange is going to happen to end this game.
Yep.
It's not going to be your normal base hit, bunt, a base hit, run. Something goofy is going to happen. You just think that. And we did see something goofy. Kristen Perry made an error today. That's definitely out of the ordinary.
First error that she has made in 2 years. Sean Zedrick has announced her retirement from coaching at Chatham Glenwood following this season. She liked her season to win in the championship game, but we are still looking for an opponent for McChesney Park Harlem in that state championship game.
And I'm sure Harlem doesn't mind this at all, what's going on right now. Because they got the winner, and I guarantee you they're well rested right now. Sitting in the AC, wherever in the world they are.
Bottom of the 15th inning, it'll be 7-8-9 for Chatham Glenwood. Lindsay Tasker will lead it off, followed by Liz Pigg and then Natalie Overman. Change up to Tasker. They'll say she went. I don't know about that.
Yeah, I'm not sure she did either, and that's much to the dismay of the Glenwood fans here.
I don't know. Well, next pitch is outside, so the count evens up 1-1. Tasker today making her 6th appearance at the plate. There's a good fastball, pops the glove of Perry, good for a strike. Lindsay, that sub 200 batting average will not be improved here today, 0 for 5. Sullins on the short hop. Well, last little hop there, I thought she may have sat back just one little hop too many.
You know, it's really funny, Dave, how you see the exact same things I do a lot of times. I thought the same thing, that one little hop could scoot under her or off her somewhere, get that one hop come up to bite her like that, but she stayed right with it and made the play.
That's the first out here in the 15th inning. Elizabeth Pigg next up for the Redskins. They're waiting as Tasker took a long time to get back from first base into the dugout.
Now you just want to make some bench room there and let her lay down.
Van Bossen, does she have room? No. She had to climb the fence to get that one. It's a hot sun out there right now. Well, this game has been played in a 73-degree weather, high humidity, and now sun and high humidity.
And no wind to, you know, cool you off a little. That flag in center field is just pointing straight down to the ground.
0-2 to Pigg. Stringham's chance. And a stretch by Van Bossen for the second out.
Well, Lockport plays their solid defense too. You know, we've talked about Glenwood today, but Jenny stayed down nicely on this ball, took it on the short hop, came up throwing to throw out Elizabeth Pigg at first.
There's only been one error in this game in 15 innings. That's state championship caliber softball there. 9th place hitter for the Redskins, their lone RBI producer today, Natalie Overman. Right here at us. Get up here.
Somebody made the play there. Who is that? Can't tell.
It was right on me.
One bounce and it was in here. If
Yeah.
that had bounced on somebody to come in this window.
Well, yeah, we have a tough angle. I mean, it's going to be hard to come through this window. Granted, it has to be a bullet. But I was ready. Even after 15 innings, I was ready.
Oh, yeah, you were on it, man. You were on it.
Thank you. Change called strike.
That'll get you alive again. A couple foul balls at you, you know.
Well, we've had the mark's still in our window here above us for one. Heck, that was probably back in the 3rd inning.
6 stitches I count there.
Pitch to Overman. Dropping base hit. Natalie Overman has her 2nd hit of the day, the 7th hit of the day for the Redskins. And it comes with 2 outs here in the 15th inning.
Well, Overman just wins the battle here over Shannon Lindgren as Lindgren comes in a little high, but Overman Fights this ball off, drives it into left off the end of the bat in front of LaToya Campbell, and she's aboard.
Overman at first, 2 outs. Erin Carr, the leadoff hitter, batting for her 7th time today. Check swing on a called strike. Carr has really had a tough time handling that bat today. She really is caught in the middle here, undecided to what she would like to do. Loops this one in the short left field. Stringham out, makes the catch. Folks, we'll have a record set today because we are going to the 16th inning, tied at 1. We take 60-second, or make that 30-second breaks between innings here in our broadcast here on Media One. And each of those 30-second breaks here in the last 2 hours have not covered as much time between innings as they have before, because each team is a lot slower getting out there. I mean, in fact, you can still see Glenwood here. You see Carr walking across the infield, getting out to right field. And in fact, just as that break was ending after 30 seconds, I only had about 3 Glenwood players out on that field. I mean, this is an exhausting moment physically, but now you're talking about emotionally combined with the physical, and that's why I agree with you, Bob. I think this game could very well be decided on some crazy play.
Well, and I think you may be deciding the state championship here too. I mean, this team, whoever has got to face Harlem tonight, I'm telling you, they're going to be tired. There's no question about that. Harlem has got a big advantage because they're going to be a lot fresher than either of these 2 teams who come into that final game.
Again, Harlem won 1-0 earlier today against Sandburg. They have played 2 conventional 7-inning games at conventional times. They have played at 11:30 in the morning and at 9:30 in the morning. While these 2 teams, and specifically Lockport, finished their game this morning at 1:30 in the morning. That's when the game was over. That was the last out was made. Came back here, started this game at 11:30, and proceeded to play 15 innings. Julie Balicki will lead it off here in the 16th inning, followed by Kristen Perry and Jenny Stringham. And indeed, we are setting a state tournament series record playing in the 16th inning. We will also, in about 2 minutes here, set a state record for time of game. Here's Balicki, the bunt. Floyd, the easy play to first. We will set a record as far as time is concerned coming into this inning. This game had lasted 3 hours and 29 minutes. The previous record, 3:32. So we'll be passing that record right here during Kristen Perry's at bat.
Well, another good play over there by Jenny Floyd, but what made that play her, she was off right away as Jenny Stringham squared the bunt. She got a very, very good jump.
Lindsay Tasker just keeps on coming.
Good job.
You talk about the defensive plays that have been made by Glenwood, but you know, right now you have to feel like with Tasker, her last strikeout coming in the 7th inning, Lockport's swinging some tired bats.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Over 8+ innings with no strikeouts. Tasker has a way of moving that ball in and out, though. She really doesn't give you much of the bat to use.
No, there hasn't been a lot of solid contact. Lockport has hit some balls hard, but when you look at 11 hits, you think they're getting pounded, but it's really not that way.
Perry, ball dropping in the right field, but Carr closes quickly. It hung up a little bit too long, and Erin Carr makes the grab for the 2nd out.
Well, I can't say enough about Glenwood's defense here. Every one of these girls seem to get a pretty good jump on the ball when it's hit their way. They got solid infield. They've had solid outfield play, and you know, it's been a struggle for Lockport to get that 2nd run. No question about it.
You know, you look at certain teams, and they all have a defensive weakness somewhere, and the ball always seems to find a weakness. Yeah, they've tried everybody here today. Stringham will line out to right field, and again, for the 3rd straight inning, the Porters have gone up and down in order. A run wins it for the Redskins in the bottom of the 16th. look at those zeros. And if you're just tuning in, that is not the first time through the scoreboard. This is the second time we've gone through the scoreboard. That represents that we are going into the bottom of the 16th inning here in the state semifinals. Lockport, the guest on that scoreboard. That ladies' team, Sean Zedrick's team, is the home team. And remarkably, for the 6th time in this game, Tori Hughes will lead off an inning. The only time she did not lead off an inning was when she batted second in the game. Otherwise, Hughes has led off the 4th, 6th, 9th, 11th, and 14th innings, and she's reached base in 4 of those 6 times.
Yeah, that's getting it done. Leadoff hitter might be in the wrong spot.
And yet she's not yet scored a run. Ball and a strike to Hughes. 1-2.
Well, we're looking at the 9th opportunity Glenwood has to end this game. 10th if you count the 7th inning, of course.
Boy, that is startling when you put it in those words. Strike 3 call. This time Hughes will not reach. 18 strikeouts for Shannon Lindgren. There is your state tournament series record with this called strike 3, breaking the record of Tina Zaccolo of 17.
That's amazing. Absolutely amazing when you take the weather conditions into account here.
Susie Lair up, and boy, she has to like what she sees for the first time. And well, how many at-bats? 6 at-bats for her also. You're talking about a young lady that is going to be batting without a runner at first. So there is Shannon Lindgren's record.
Wow.
Change-up. That's not fair.
Hey,
they should outlaw that pitch.
This isn't slow pitch softball.
Tina Zaccolo will have her name scratched out of the record book, replaced by Shannon Lindgren. Tried to go change up there on Lair. As far as a career high strikeouts for Lindgren, that's 19. And we saw that 1 week ago today. 19 strikeouts against Downers Grove South in a 15-inning game. That's why they call her the Big Train.
Very gutsy performances by both pitchers today. I mean, you just can't say enough about it. This has been a long, long softball game.
1-2 is the count to Lair. She thought she'd go 3 straight change-ups. 2-2. You know, you made the comment about what this is 10 straight innings that Glenwood has had a chance to win this game. Think about Lockport running out onto the field 10 times, knowing you are defending your season.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's definitely a different angle.
I mean, you think about it. I mean, when you've played, there's a whole different mindset when you go out there in that situation, let alone doing it 10 times.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's just a testament to both of these ball clubs here that they're hanging in there and they're tough. And they're where they belong, you know, the state semifinals.
Pitch to Lair. This ball's hit on the nose. This ball is going to get to the gap. Lair around first. Susie Lair, the winning run at second base with the 1-out double. Lair tags this one.
And finally, the shading of the right side here by Katie Blackmore caught Lockport here. She got kind of a slow jump on this ball, but as you see, she was shaded way to the right. And I got a feel if she's in her normal spot, she may have had a chance for this, although it was hit pretty well to her right, out of her reach. For a double there by Susie Lair, and now Glenwood's knocking on the door here.
Lair had to sacrifice 3 times today. This time she got to hit with nobody on base. Showed why she came in here as the leading hitter for Chatham Glenwood. Here's your records that have fallen in this game. Lindgren and Tasker share the record of 16 innings pitched. Lindgren, of course, we just mentioned those 18 strikeouts. The longest game, 16 innings. This is the longest game in terms of time as well. The strikeouts getting pretty close to that.
Well, the complexion of the game has changed a little bit too, Dave. You know, Lockport really hasn't had an offensive threat since the 12th.
Right.
And now, you know, Glenwood's been knocking on the door a couple of times here. You know, on the 14th they had 2 on. Last inning they got a 2-out hit, but you know, this is no question about it, this is a full-blown threat here.
Lindgren waiting as conferences break up. Westendorf is the hitter. And now we will get a pinch runner. That's what their delay was. Kristen Blake will run out at second base for Susie Lair. Blake, a freshman, but she carries the winning run in the state championship, state semifinal game leading to the state championship.
Well, you knew Susie Lair, too, sooner or later is going to get a hit. You don't just get 50 hits coming into this tournament and, you know, can't find your way on in this many at-bats.
Becky Westendorf has 2 hits today. She singled to left field her last time up. There is 1 out. The winning run at second base in the 16th inning. The pitch. Pumps in that first one for a strike.
Well, Lockport's hanging on the cliff again here.
One strike pitch.
Whoa.
Called strike 2. Oh my.
Oh boy. They're going to be throwing those jugs at
Whoa.
that.
So now Westendorf in a huge hole, 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. Did she go?
Oh, they have to check.
The umpire's not in a good position to see this one, just by way of their positioning.
Yeah, that's too tough to call over there for the first base ump, who's between first and second.
No fault of the umpires. You look
There
at
he
it,
is right
second
there.
base umpire John Celestin. There's John Widmeyer, the home plate umpire. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Westendorf. A looper, Stringham will make the one-handed grab for the second out of the inning.
That's a big-time play there by Jenny Stringham. It's not a game-saving catch as the runner was going back to second base, but believe me, that Lockport's very glad she made this play. Watch how she gets herself set. Comes down, and she turns correctly on this ball, going out to the outfield, and no one's going to catch this but her. Very nice grab there by Jenny Stringham.
You're right, not a game-saving catch, but an out-saving catch. Now there is 2 outs in the inning. Katie Young, she is at the plate, a chance to win the game for the Redskins. Kristen Blake at second. First pitch strike from Lindgren.
You know, and Glenwood's not going to get Lindgren in this predicament too many times here.
Fly ball, center field. Blackmore makes the grab, and once again the Porters turn away the Redskins. This time in the 16th inning. We will go to the 17th. 1-1 is our score.
Don't worry, I brought one.
It's better when I relax. When I know it's safe.
We're not having sex unless you use one.
Feels good going on.
The pill isn't going to protect us from AIDS.
You don't have one? Bye-bye.
You won't be feeling anything because we won't be outside.
Here, let me do it.
Why? Because you care about me. No excuses, no regrets. Wrap it up every time.
For more information on safer sex, call toll-free 1-888-BE-SAFE-1.
For Merriam Bell Field here at Northern Illinois University, a couple of records have been set here in this semifinal ball game. 1 record innings played, the other inning, or the other time of the game, and yet another record. Shannon Lindgren right here with their 18th strikeout of this game.
It's hard to believe Shannon has struck out that many hitters, but there goes Tori Hughes on her way back to the dugout, and Tori actually handled Shannon pretty well today up to that point. 18 strikeouts, a new state record.
Of course, that's a state record in the state tournament series, the Elite 8, if you will. 10 straight have been retired by the senior right-hander from Chatham Glenwood. You're looking at her right there, Lindsay Tasker. We have a pinch hitter up. Actually, Lori Van Vossen now will bat for herself. Erica Clift has been DHing for her, but Van Vossen now, who leads this tournament with 3 home runs, will hit for herself. She's a .206 hitter. Out of her 14 hits, 7 have been for extra bases. So you get a fresh player in there.
Oh, yeah.
And you don't
Fresh
lose
bat.
a player.
Fresh bat, yeah.
Very interesting situation here for Van Vossen. She has not batted through the sectionals or here in the state tournament. 2-0. Lindgren would follow. Good cut there from Van Vossen.
No, I see why she has 3 home runs. That was a heck of a cut.
First baseman for the Porters. Pitch from Tasker. Again, another good cut. Well, she's up there bringing the bat through the zone.
Oh yeah, and you know, it's Lockport would like an extra base hit here if they can, and she definitely has the power to supply that kind of hit.
Oh. Good changeup.
Yes, it was.
That's a great pitch to throw, and that strikeout right there by Tasker is her first strikeout since the 7th inning. Her 6th of the game. And it starts the 17th inning. Brings us to Shannon Lindgren. Lindgren saying, oh, why didn't they DH for me today? Unless she can get a hold of one here. .381 average coming into the tournament. She had a hit last night. She has a hit in this game. Tasker up high on 2 straight pitches. 2 balls, no strikes.
And it's exactly how she started Lori Van Vossen off until she came back and threw 3 straight strikes.
Down low, 3-0. So Tasker has been up, she's been down, anywhere but in the zone. Three and one. Here's Shannon Lindgren right here. Pick a pitch, pick a spot. Let it loose.
Yeah, in her half and drive toward that gap if she can in left center.
She did. Didn't go where you wanted it to, but took a pretty good cut. Once again, Tasker battles back. Been 3-0 in a couple of hitters and come back to get them. Tasker has walked 3. That stroke is right there.
Oh yeah. You know, again, as we continue to go here, Dave, you know, we're in the 17th inning. It just amazes me. These 2 pitchers just are not giving in, man. They don't want to lose, neither one of them.
Well, this is it. State championship for one of these 2 teams awaits. And there's a walk. It comes with 1 out here in the 17th inning, the 4th walk of the day by Tasker. Now, Lindgren will have to run for herself because earlier in this game, what seems like a long time ago in the 12th inning actually, she was pinch hit for. So if she is removed from the game now, she is removed from the game for good. So you'll see her running right over the shoulder there of Tasker with 1 out. Katie Blackmore at the plate. Floyd, she'll go to 2 for the first out. Force out at second. Blackmore is at first with 2 outs.
And again, you're going to have to try somebody else if you're Lockport, because Jenny Floyd's been equal to the task every single time it's been hit her way.
Latoya Campbell. Now, we've not talked stolen bases at all this game, actually in this tournament. Campbell looks good on by way of a bunt. Think too, how tired can Blackmore be over at first base?
Oh, man.
Catcher Elizabeth Pigg has not been tested yet. Straight up into the air. Westendorf comes hard and makes the grab. 3 outs in the inning. We go to the bottom of the 17th. Lockport 1, Glenwood 1 here on Media 1.
I've been playing soccer for 9 years. I like all different types of moves in soccer. Bicycle is one of them. It's one of the best ways to score in a game.
When you love something, you'll go to any lengths to do it right. So why treat your health any differently? It's still as easy as ever to get HIV, the virus that causes AIDS. And you probably already know how to protect yourself. If you don't, find out and then use what you know.
Be a force for change.
When you protect yourself, you protect everybody.
Once again, Lockport will head out onto the field defending their season, in effect. Glenwood again will get that chance, pushing one run across to end this game. You know, we've seen a couple of Lockport threats, but really the serious ones here in extra innings, Bob, have come by way of the Redskins.
Yeah, lately, no question about it. And, you know, you look at it one of two ways, or either way you can look at it. They're not going to keep on getting at Shandon Lingering the way they're doing it, you know, being the kind of pitcher she is. And on the other hand, Lockport can't let them continue to do this because they're liable to push one across and finish this game off.
It almost feels weird to say extra innings because 7 innings is regulation. We've gone 10 innings beyond that. It's like we're in our second set of extra innings. You know, 7, 14.
Right, right.
Of course, taking a little bit longer here between innings, making sure everybody is properly hydrated.
Well, we've been in this spot now, Dave, for about 4 hours. Believe me, when this one ends, I'm going to take me a little walk.
There's one or two places you could be walking to.
And you know what? Neither one of them are going to be right.
Really?
I don't know which place I'm going to first.
Well, I might have to race you where we're going. This game has gone on 3 hours and 49 minutes. You know, and what a tournament this has been for me personally. Last night, this morning, was the first time I've ever signed off for broadcast near 2 o'clock in the morning. And I'll tell you right now, I've never gone into 17 innings in a game before.
What are you saying, Dave?
I'm saying I'm going to race you to one of those two places.
We'll go into a real long break.
Jenny Floyd to lead it off here in the 17th inning. You know, the reason why you don't see this in baseball is because absolutely no way one pitcher can pitch 17 innings. And you've got two dominating pitchers out here. Somewhere along the way in baseball, there is a weakness.
Oh, sure, sure.
And it really, I think it boggles the mind when you think even here in softball with that natural delivery, that this situation can develop, that somebody can continue to throw, and in this case, both pitchers for 17 innings, and only allow 1 run apiece.
That's amazing. And then they're got to come back here, whoever loses, pretty soon, and play again.
Little soft liner. Sullins has to go underneath their glove, and Floyd will reach. A single off the bat of Jenny Floyd in the infield. This ball did not come up for Jessica Sullins.
Well, Jenny Floyd hits a spinner here right off the end of the bat here, and Sullins is coming up trying to glove this in the air, but it couldn't do that. Figured the bounce would come to her. The ball hit and stuck and went to her left. This throw a little bit off here was harmless, but that could be the weird play we're looking at right there.
The winning run is at first base. The batter is Lindsay Tasker. She will bunt, pulls back, ball 1. I can't believe there's much doubt as to what sign Tasker got from her coach, Sean Cedric. 1-1.
Well, everybody knows what it's going to be. It's almost one of those go ahead and bunt, just tell her.
You have Van Vossen, you have Ligmanowski, you have Lindgren charging with the pitch. Gets it down, it's a good bunt. Van Vossen picks it up, fires to first. Boy, and Van Vossen had to rifle that ball because Tasker got down in a hurry. But once again, how many times have we said it? The winning run is in scoring position with 1 out.
Well, 3 in the last 4 innings we've had to say it, Dave, and I'm telling you something, Lockport again is hanging from the cliff. And you can't just keep on doing that and not pay for it. Sooner or later, someone's going to come through here for Glenwood.
Will it be Elizabeth Pigg with Jenny Floyd at second base? Natalie Overman is on deck. Strike one to Pigg. Natalie in 6 at-bats has struck out once. She does not have a hit. Foul ball out of play. 0-2.
It's funny how you play this many innings, Dave, and we've seen so many things now in this game, but now it's coming down to every single pitch.
Yes.
Every single pitch here.
In the bottom of the 17th inning, Class AA semifinals. Pigg will have to fight from an 0-2 count. Into the air. Legmanowski makes the grab for the second out of the inning. And with 2 outs, a touch of irony, Natalie Overman, the 9th place hitter in this Glenwood lineup, who had the 2-out double in the 5th inning that has propelled us into this 17-inning affair. She will step into the batter's box.
And there you look at a very good average from a 9th hitter, from most hitters in the lineup.
Overman singled to left field her last time up. She has 2 hits today. Takes first pitch for a ball. Floyd the winning run at second. Overman,
there it is.
a looper
That's
to left
game.
field. Here comes Floyd. They hold her. They hold Floyd at third base. Campbell charged in a hurry. No chances taken by Sean Zedrick.
Well, that ball definitely got to LaToya Campbell quicker than I thought it was going to. I thought it would take a while to arrive out to LaToya, as you can see. She catches it about in the middle of the bat there, and I thought this ball would die right in here somewhere. But LaToya, you know, again, using the good speed and coming up aggressively, makes a play on the ball. Keeps that runner at third, Jenny Floyd. Now we got another conference at the mound for Lockport.
Boy, I'm with you. When that ball was hit, I mean, it was a base hit. You knew it was a base hit. You just thought, especially with the rain we've had, of course, it's dried out a little bit, it would just stick and sit there.
Yeah.
If it doesn't roll out to Campbell, then all of a sudden you've got yourself a potential run scoring.
Yeah. And I even said that's game. You know, I really thought that was it.
You know, and I'm not second guessing here because I don't know what's going to happen. In this stage, the way this game has gone, and knowing that my leadoff hitter, Erin Carr, is up next, who has really struggled today, I think I'm waving Floyd and making Lockport make the play.
Yeah, I agree. I looked at that, as a matter of fact, Dave, right after they held Jenny Floyd at third. I went to see what Erin Carr has done. Erin Carr, and she hasn't done anything. Now that could be bad for Lockport too.
Overman is at first. If she tries to steal, they'll just let her go. Floyd is at third. She's the winning run with 2 outs. There goes Overman. They'll let her cruise in a second. She means absolutely nothing.
And you really can't give her a stolen base as the defense doesn't make a play on her.
This is the 8th bat of the game for Erin Carr. 1 strike to her. Ball 1, strike 1. Carr, a .296 hitter coming in.
One thing's for sure about Erin Carr, she'll take 1 for 8 today, if it happens.
She wants to basically just put it in play. She struck out 3 times. Right back to Lindgren. Makes the throw to first. Oh, the hearts jumped up into the throats of the Lockport fans on that one.
No problem. She got the reach.
We go to the 18th inning. Woo! Tied at 1.
Sievers pumps, throws out! Once again, played a Class 6A state championship ball game. Joliet is going to Peoria!
Center field camera here at Mary M. Bell Field, and Glenwood has been kind of inching up in that hit column there. Lockport had a big advantage early. Now pretty much dead even. Can't get any more even than those 1 runs scored. Again, Lockport scoring their lone run in the 2nd inning. And in the 5th inning, that's when the Redskins plated theirs.
On the story now here lately, too, is Lockport hasn't put together a threat in quite a while.
There you
now
go.
The fans are coming alive, though. There you go.
That's that bird's eye view you get from behind home plate. It's a little warm on that tar roof. Ooh. How you doing? Yeah, media one.
Any fouls come close?
Here's all our guys. Plastic there for potential rain.
There we are again.
Third base, first base.
There he is.
Yep. Take a bow, guys. Let's see, we have a center field camera left. I was waiting for that one.
There he is.
That's a mechanical arm he has. He's so tired.
It's like one of those Santa Clauses in the yard, you know.
Oh, that's where it all comes together. Yeah, okay. Yeah, take your bows, fellas. Jan, Claire's in there as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations here on a fabulous job here today, bringing you this game, all 18 innings and possibly more. You can get ready to run 3-minute breaks between innings because that's how long we're taking here. Nobody's rushing anybody along. Everybody just kind of letting the pace of their bodies dictate it. Well, when we get started here in the 18th inning, the Porters half of the 18th, it will be Amy Lichtmanowski, Jessica Sullins, and Julie Balicki. Yeah, Lockport really has not had a sniff of anything since the 12th inning. Then it was 2-out excitement. They left runners at 2nd and 3rd. Lindsay Tasker delivers to Lichtmanowski.
Yeah,
pitch a strike.
Over these last few innings, Tasker has outpitched Shannon Lindgren. There's no question about that. She's really settled into a good rhythm here.
Swing and a miss from Lichtmanowski. You know, when you look at Lindgren, you say, well, she's got that big body, strong body. Look at Tasker. She's different build, but just as strong, and she's on the rubber. She's ready to go right now.
Well, mentally, they're both huge. I can tell you that.
Lichtmanowski, did she go?
I think so.
Are they going to ask?
Yeah, she sure did.
Yep, she knew it. 1 out here in the 18th inning. Tasker, her 7th strikeout.
It goes to show you right here how hard it is to lay off once you commit yourself. There's no doubt Amy went on that ball. That's when you just back up a little bit, look down, and pray the ump won't ask the other one for some help.
Knock some dirt out of your cleats. Just look down for a sign.
And hurry up and get back in. Come on, next pitch. Hurry up, hurry up.
Sullins will be in conference with her coach, Barb Burke. Barb looking for her 600th win. If she gets it, she'll remember it. Carr is in right field. That's an easy catch for the 2nd out.
And it has really been a while, Dave, since Lockport's really driven a ball hard somewhere.
Well, their last hit was an infield single by Kristen Perry. That was in the 13th inning. Katie Blackmore had a hit to left field in the 12th. They've not scored since the 2nd. Basically, that's all you need to know. There you go. There is your longest game total, tournament or otherwise, and that was earlier this year, but that game, as you saw, took 2 days to play. Involved Barrington and Buffalo Grove, I do believe. So that doesn't match up to this one.
Oh.
1 ball, 1 strike the count with 2 outs. 8 strikeouts for Tasker. Had her 1 short, didn't want to short her at all. Come on.
Cameraman.
The ball lands behind us. Look at this official box score that's just been handed to me. Yeah, you ever see a box score with 18 innings on it?
Man. Jeez.
There's no guarantee that it stops there.
A lot of zeros, man.
No worries. He's got half a sheet of paper. We can play 36 innings and it'll fit. No? Julie Balicki up now at the full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Balicki due for a big one. Fastball by Tasker, and that may have been their quickest of the day. We go down to the bottom of the 18th inning looking for a run.
WWW. Wait.
To turn it on, I have to wait. Basically, I'm doing a lot of waiting.
With Media One,
Just click, and you're there.
Throughout the day, I am one click away from the internet.
broadband technology speeds everything up. It's fast.
Instead of pushing a button 50 times and getting a busy signal.
Media One is always on.
It's fast.
It changed my life, my internet life.
It is unbelievable.
Media One Express. This is broadband. This is the way.
Well, here's Julie Balicki at the plate here, trying to get something started for Lockport if she can. But Lindsay Tasker, after all of these innings pitched, 18 innings, rears back here and fires one right by Julie for strike 3 to end the top of the 18th. That's right, the top of the 18th inning.
This crowd has been very, very patient. And I'll tell you who has really been the most patient. Sandberg. Their players have been here in one location or another here at this field since their semifinal game, which got over at 11:30, which was, quick math, 4.5 hours ago.
Well, I guess, let me see. The last run was scored in the 5th inning. That would have been, what, about 1 o'clock?
Oh,
quarter after 1, maybe?
Probably.
Something like that. It's now about 3:50.
Out there once again to do their chatting, to say, hey, let's hold them, guys. Let's hold them again. Well, the chances that have been had here in the extra innings recently have definitely come from Chatham-Glenwood. They have had runners on base in each of the last 4 innings here in extra innings. See, look at, they've stopped waving the jugs.
Yeah.
A little
too tired.
A token action with the bell.
That's an afterthought, actually, with the bell.
Tori Hughes will lead it off. This is uncanny. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Her last 7 at bats, she has led off an inning. How does that happen? Well,
I don't know.
The sad thing you have to think is Erin Carr. That means she's made the last out in the inning the last 7 times. Ouch.
And that might be a record.
2 balls and no strikes to Hughes. She has been a problem for Lindgren today. 2 and 1. A single, a walk, a single, a walk. That's how Hughes has gotten on base today. Called strike, and the Redskin fans don't like that. They just don't have the energy to argue.
I think I heard one groan. I think there was one out there. He probably just got here.
Yeah, he's fired up. Just missing outside.
Now the Lockport fans aren't very happy. They feel that looked like the same pitch.
Full count now to Tori Hughes leading off the bottom of the 18th inning. Lindgren, ball 4. Once again, the Chatham-Glenwood Redskins had the leadoff batter on base. The winning run again in the form of Tori Hughes. 3 of Lindgren's 4 walks have gone to Hughes. And Susie Lair, who doubled her last time up, is at the plate. They are letting her swing. 1 out. I still bunt her. I don't care. A double last time up was great. I still bunt her there.
Well, the last time she batted with Tori Hughes on, she struck out too.
I still bunt her.
Last time she batted, there was nobody on and she got that double. So, yeah, you get to the point where, you know, you got to get that run in scoring position. And I could see the one-time changing up, but that didn't work either.
Brings up Becky Westendorf. Westendorf sends it right to Blackmore, who makes the grab. A chance to double the runner off first. She does. Double play for the Porters ends the 18th inning. Leadoff person aboard is wasted. We are going to the 19th, believe it or not. It's all about ones. Lockport won, Glenwood won, the chance to play for number one. This is the semifinals, looking to play in a state championship ball game later today. And I'll tell you what, you talk about strange plays that could end this game. Here was a bizarre play that I've got to believe that Tori Hughes at first base had absolutely no idea where Katie Blackmore was playing.
You know, that's exactly what it makes you wonder, because she's off. You can see her runner. She's looking at it. I mean, does she not think Katie Blackmore is not going to make this play? The girl in center happens to be an all-state center fielder. She's going to catch that ball.
You know, there's a situation, the last thing I want to do is make excuses. We offer possible explanations. You're talking about the emotions, the fatigue, mental and physical. I think that's a mentally fatiguing mistake right there.
Yeah.
You just lose a little concentration. Maybe you forget the number of outs.
Yeah.
You know, even though your first base coach is telling you, hey, you know, 1 out, 1 out, 1 out, your body, your brain is telling you something differently here. 19 innings. That's where we are right now. Kristen Perry to start it off for the Porters.
Yeah, pay attention. Pay attention.
Tasker was ready to deliver, but timeout was called on the field.
Let's go.
And really, she could have delivered.
Yeah.
Perry had stepped out, but time had not been given to her yet.
Well, it's tough on everybody out there right now. There you go. You heard the word that I was waiting to hear. Actually, I was waiting to say concentrate. Looking to bunt, a little push bunt.
Oh, not quite.
Roberts like a cat off of first base. Great defensive play by Stephanie Roberts.
Well, there again, the first basemen don't get into the spotlight very often because neither one of them are batting in this ball game. But Stephanie Roberts makes a very big play here. And Kristen Perry didn't quite bunt this hard enough because she almost had it in between the pitcher and first baseman. If it does go there, that's a hit.
1 out in the 19th inning. Jenny Stringham will come to the plate.
Both of you are swinging. I don't know who's... Okay.
A couple of hits today for Stringham. She'll try Floyd at third. Not a good choice.
Guess what? Well, one thing's for sure, Floyd is going to make the play. She's proven that all afternoon long. Unbelievable job over there at third base by Jenny Floyd.
Re-entering the ball game will be designated hitter Erica Clift. Of course, Lori Van Vossen batted for herself back in the 17th inning, so if they want to keep Clift's bat in the lineup, they hit her here. Now, of course, the other option, well, I have to think about this for a second. The other option would have been to allow Van Vossen to continue to hit, I believe. Not sure how that works with the designated hitter.
Well, I'll tell you, Dave, you get the feeling, you wonder if Lockport's ever going to score here.
Line drive right at Hughes. A 1-2-3 inning. To the bottom of the 19th. We go. Glenwood, Lockport locked up in a 1-1 game. welcome you back to Northern Illinois University. You've gotten used to that shot a few times here today, haven't you? You have Husky Stadium looming in the background and an overcast sky. The sun's come out a little bit here today, not really burning bright. 1-1 is our score. You know, I want you to understand, it's not a misprint above Lockport there. Bottom of the 19th inning. You've never seen that before in state tournament history. Never before seen that Media One unless somebody was playing around in the graphics.
Yeah, it would have been a mistake.
Yeah. 21 hits on the day, but that really doesn't mean a whole lot right now. Into the bottom of the 19th we will go. Katie Young, Jenny Floyd, and Lindsay Tasker. They will try to dent this scoreboard. Last 5 innings, runners have reached base for the Redskins. You look back in the 17th, runner got as far as third. Boy, and then when a runner gets to third, anything happens.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, a misplayed ball, an error, you know, pass ball. There's too many things that can go wrong if you got someone on third.
Everybody remembers where they bat because they've done it so often here today. Katie Young, the designated hitter, steps in.
It's almost like a sandlot game now, Dave. You batted 10 times. You've been playing for 4 hours here.
You know what? It really, you're right. It reminds me of the days that we would go out at noon and we would play until we had to go home and get dressed for our real game.
Yep.
Then we had to play later that night.
Exactly. I couldn't agree more. Only difference was you had a uniform on in the second one.
In the first one, we usually played to 100 runs. We're playing to 2 right now, basically. Chopper to Sullins. 1 out. And how tired is Katie Young? She doesn't even run the entire 60 feet. Conserving energy. She may have to play a few more innings. You know, and you really do get to the point of diminishing returns. You look for that big hit, that big play, but, you know, will that person that has the potential to do it, will they have that energy and drive and the mental capabilities at that moment to do it? As we dig you into the deep philosophical thinking aspects of the sport. This is a base hit to right field. Maybe Blicky with the throw to first. Van Bossen can't handle it. A base hit for Floyd. And again, Glenwood has the runner on that would win this game.
Well, Julie Balicki definitely got a little bit antsy here. I think she definitely had a legitimate shot here at Jenny Floyd. As she drives this ball in between first and second, you'll see the ball on the outer half. She does a very good job keeping the head down, driving that ball into right. Balicki's got her. I really believe she does, but she gets excited and throws it down. Tough hop for Van Bossen to handle, however.
That will put Tasker at the plate. 1 out. Floyd at first. The winning run at first base. Ball 1 to Tasker.
This is the 6th inning in a row that Glenwood's put a runner on against Lingard. I wonder if that's happened this year.
I can't believe that it has. Looped into the air. Sullins wants it. 2 gone. I'll bring up Elizabeth Pigg. Pigg, in her 8th at bat, will be looking for her first hit. She's had to take that catcher's gear on and off 19 times today.
Well, everybody who's batting now, Dave, too, has batted more times in extra innings than they did in the regular game, too. That's how far this is.
Last run scored in this game were 2 games ago in the 5th inning. It really is kind of surreal right now. I mean, it's like something's being played out in front of you that you really have a tough time getting a grasp of.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it feels the same way for the players out there. One ball, 1 strike to Pigg. You just got to stand up there and keep on chucking.
Yep, you sure do.
Pigg just waves at that pitch. A feeble swing.
You know, Dave, and you got to really consider the serious possibility here of having to use a 3rd scorecard today.
Don't be saying that.
Soon.
I was looking at that. It's a bat on the ball. Sullins will approach and a little underhand toss. Ends the 19th inning. Hey, folks, you ever been in a game that's involved 20 innings? We are now. We're going to the top of the 20th, tied at 1.
If we lose you, we lose your ideas, we lose your spirit, we lose your eloquence, we lose your enthusiasm, we lose your talent, we lose your dignity, we lose your effort, we lose your inspiration, we lose.
For those people just walking up, that's a very bizarre looking board, right? Look at all the ones on the right side, all the zeros on the left side. How do you figure it? Well, that 10 really should be a 20, the 20th inning. Remember, the longest game played in Illinois State softball history earlier this season, 22 innings, and that took 2 days to play that game.
Dave, that's a real possibility here. I mean, really, that is a real distinct possibility to bust that record, too.
Mary M. Bell Field, this is the second year this tournament has been held in DeKalb. Class A tournament still held down in Pekin. Of course, the winner this year in Class A was Casey. Denny Thronberg retiring as the head coach at Casey. What a Hall of Fame career he has had there. Again, just now, Elizabeth Pigg finally makes her way out to take the warm-up tosses from Tasker. One wonders why anyone would need to take any warm-ups at all at this stage. I mean, about as loose can be.
Well, every one of the players have definitely worn out a path from the dugout to their position today.
Big-time game here. Want some records broken? Shannon Lindgren did it. Shannon Lindgren, Lindsay Tasker did it. Longest game. Now 2 teams combined in strikeouts. We've broken that record here in the semifinals. Is there more, Bob? You think there's more?
I think there will be more, Dave.
Well, you know, we've been here a long time. I know this is the longest game in terms of time of game that's been played. We've cracked that 4-hour mark, which is pretty remarkable in and of itself. There we are, 4 hours, 24 minutes.
Wow. No rain delay.
Well, we're close here. You know, almost number of innings pitched in a tournament. Now think about this for a second.
Oh, man.
29 innings is like over the course of 3 games.
That's gone because she's pitching the next game.
This ball is hit hard to left field. Lindgren will hit this ball to the wall. Shannon Lindgren will stop at second base. Lindgren, the lead-off double.
Well, I got to feel the girls were singing some Peter Frampton to Shannon Lindgren, saying, "I want you to show me the way." And this ball was hit very, very hard over the left fielder's head there, Natalie Overman. She's sitting dead red, and she gets it, and she drives it hard over her head.
Just tattoos it. And now to the top of the order, Katie Blackmore. Lindgren is at second. She is running for herself, of course.
Oh, this is the girl that can get it done in this spot right here, Dave.
Blackmore.
That's trouble.
To left field.
Oh!
Diving grab made by Overman. 1 out in the inning. Lindgren was holding at second, and it's a good thing she did.
That ball hung up just a little bit too long on Katie Blackmore, and Overman comes up with a sensational catch here to keep Glenwood in this game. Here
Lindgren
comes
at second. LaToya Campbell. 2 wins over Lincoln Way. A win over Downers Grove South. Identical situations. Runners at second. The go-ahead run. This is the chopper to Floyd. Looks at third. Now they've got Lindgren. A great play by Floyd. A base running mistake by Lindgren. But give credit to Jenny Floyd. She was not going to get Campbell. The moment she glanced at Lindgren, there was no way she was going to get Campbell. And luckily for her, Lindgren was coming down the line.
Yeah, there's no question about it. It's exactly as you said, Dave. Once she decides to turn around here and look at Lindgren, Campbell's out of the picture for 2 reasons. She can't throw her out, and she's going to take the lead runner, and Shannon's out by plenty at third.
Wow, how this inning has changed. Campbell is down at first base with 2 outs. Ligmanowski takes a good rip at that pitch, fouls it straight back. But moments ago, Lindgren's at second with nobody out.
You know, and then you got a diving catch in left field. I mean, wow.
Come on.
Campbell at first. There she goes.
Good jump, too.
She's in with the stolen base. First stolen base of this game puts LaToya Campbell in scoring position. She represents the go-ahead run in the top of the 20th inning.
You know, and I really like this too, Dave. No one scored in a long, long time. You got to manufacture something after a while. Good jump here by LaToya. They got no chance of throwing her out, and a hit can give Lockport the lead here.
Tasker needs to make a good pitch here. But first, timeout called. No balls, 2 strikes on Ligmanowski.
You know, and Amy is definitely due. She's had a rough day with the bat today, Dave. It's about time she came through and hit one hard here to send Campbell home for the Porters.
Ligmanowski does not have a hit today. She is 0 for 8. This is the 9th time she has batted. She was 3 for 3 last night with a run batted in. What will Tasker come with here? Sophomore is ready. Here's the pitch. That's a good spot, just missed.
It sure is. Amy Ligmanowski did very well to lay off that too, because she sure as heck wasn't going to do anything with it. Got the call from the umpire.
Tasker shakes off the first sign. The pitch. Ligmanowski, the shortstop. Hughes will make the grab. And a leadoff double is wasted. So Porters come up empty. We'll go to the bottom of the 20th inning. Glenwood searching for that run.
Severs pumps, throws out! Once again, played a Class 6A state championship ballgame. Joliet is going to Peoria!
All right, those guys down there have been sitting in the sun for most of the day. I do not envy them. They're watching the same ball game that we all are. Talk about clutch plays, key plays, somewhat unusual plays. I guess when you play 20 innings, you'll get a little of everything.
Well, and it's hard to find words to describe a situation like this. You know, I mean, you have to be patient. I guess patience is definitely a virtue here. Going to start getting irritable as this thing continues to go on, you know, if you're one side or the other. But this is an amazing thing to come out here and witness a 20-inning ball game, and it might not be over yet.
And again, what a strange last 24 hours this has been. Yesterday we had a rain delay in the third quarter final game, a rain delay that lasted 4 hours and 9 minutes. That ended up pushing Lockport's game time back to about 11:30. They finally finished up their game at about 1:30. This game started at 11:30, and we have played over 4.5 hours into this one. You saw that Harry and Lindgren, they've about had it too, but you know what? They're not going to give in.
I wouldn't think so.
You know, no matter what happens here, anybody that played in this game is going to walk away and say, wow.
Yeah.
I don't care if you win or lose.
Yeah, you might say it's the greatest game I've ever played, and they won't forget this for the rest of their lives. I guarantee you they won't. They'll come back to this 20, 30 years from now, some of them.
Natalie Overman will lead it off here in the bottom of the 20th inning. Well, isn't there a rule about coaching attire? Looking for coach down the first base box, has his rally cap on.
Well, now all he needs is a jug and some coins.
There it is.
There you go.
There you go. Hey, whatever it takes, man.
Oh, God, yeah. The silliness is coming out. That's what 20 innings will do to you, by the way.
Heck yeah. That pitch misses outside, 2-1. Natalie Overman. She has 3 hits today out of the 9 spot in this order. Pitch called for a strike. Catches the outside corner on its way across the black. 2 balls, 2 strikes. In the 20th inning of play.
The crowd is boisterous. There's no doubt about that.
You know
They're
who's making all
slap-happy,
that
too.
noise? That's Sandberg. They want to play in the 3rd place game. Little looping up against the backstop. Perry can't get there. You ever batted 9 times in a wiffle ball game?
Yeah, it might have been the last time I batted, too, 9 times in the game.
We've already had 3 players that have batted 9 times. Aaron Carr and Tori Hughes will definitely do it here in this inning. Overman will loop it into short left field for a base hit. And again, the Redskins continue to put the pressure on the Porters. Leadoff batter is on.
Well, this is the 5th time out of 6 innings that Glenwood's gotten a hit off of Lindgren, and Lockport's going to be going to that cliff again here.
How many
leadoff hit?
Can you fight it off? Aaron Carr will absolutely, positively be bunting here. And it will work. 1 out. Winning run at second.
And this is really dangerous now for Lockport.
You have Tori Hughes and Susie Lair, the next 2 hitters for the Redskins.
Tori's definitely had herself a day off of Shannon Lindgren. She has solved her. There's no question about that. I mean, you almost, boy, I don't know.
Yeah, I know.
You want to think about putting her on, man.
You were thinking walk this hitter. 3 walks and 2 hits for Hughes. Overman is at second. She's the winning run. Foul ball.
That's definitely the worst swing I've seen Tori Hughes take today.
Watch the line drive through now.
Hughes will step back in. The pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike. Natalie Overman will be breaking hard on a base hit from second base. Ground ball, off Sullivan's glove. Here comes Overman. She's held at third. Malicki recovers. Runners first and third. Julia Malicki pounced on that ball in short right field. Overman made the turn and was held.
Well, you're going to see a ball hit very, very hard that Sullins did all she could to try to glove or maybe knock down, and it rolls into a pretty bad spot there. Luckily, Malicki was able to recover and keep Natalie Overman at third base, but Shannon Lindgren and the Porters, man, they're up against it again.
Point again, as that ball is rolling free in the dirt part of the infield. I looking for Overman to come. She was not. Head coach Sean Cedric taking no chances. First and third is what she will have with Susie Lair, her best hitter at the plate. There's 2/3 of the outfield for the Porters. You saw that moments ago. Campbell and Blackmore. Cedric will talk to Overman at third. Now, you think this way. You steal Hughes to second. You let her go. First base is open. Do you walk Lair to fill up the bases to face Westendorf and Young? That's if you're looking 3 or 4 hitters down the line.
Well, of course, it's all going to depend on what that runner at first, Tori Hughes, does. And I got to imagine she's going to go. There's no reason for her not to.
Susie Lair.
You know, I tell you honestly, Dave, if it's me, I'd have to walk this hitter if that runner goes. Susie Lair, she's a hitter, man.
32 runs batted in. She has doubled today. The winning run is at third base with 1 out. There goes Hughes. They let her go. I would walk Lair here.
Doesn't look like the Porters are going to.
Nope.
They do have a strike on her.
1 strike on Lair. just misses. 1-1. The winning run at third base. A meaningless runner is at second. If I'm Torrey Hughes, I anchor myself to that bag.
Oh, yeah. No question. Going back on the fly ball, hoping to tag.
1 out. Infield and outfield both in. Lair, ground ball, Stringham. Here's the throw to the plate. Got her!
Oh, man.
Stringham guns down Overman at the plate.
Unbelievable.
Runners first and third now with 2 outs.
You know, and Lockport just will not go away. Ground ball hit to Jenny Stringham. She comes up with it in fine fashion here. A good throw home just a little bit to the right of the plate. But the blocking of the plate there by Kristen Perry kept that runner from getting home.
Wow. That left leg of Perry kept Overman away.
That's a kick save that Eddie Belfort would be proud of.
Now Becky Westendorf, she has a chance to be the hero for the Redskins. Moving into second base will be Lair.
Wow, man, oh man.
Westendorf looking to put the ball in play. Check swing, strike 2, no balls, 2 strikes. Shannon Lindgren has gone nearly 4 innings without a strikeout. She has 18. She'd like to put Westendorf away herself.
Oh yeah, no question. Don't let it get hit into play here.
There's
play
your
that game.
winning run you saw moments ago in the form of Torrey Hughes. Blackmore.
Oh man.
And Chatham Glenwood will win it in 20 innings. On one side, you cannot feel any more joy. And on the other, a loss cannot hurt any more than this one. Chatham Glenwood, the Redskins, battling, staying with it, and an error on All-State center fielder Katie Blackmore ends this game in 20 innings, and the Porters' hopes for a state championship fall with that score.
Well, I'll tell you what, you got a bunch of dejected people on the Lockport side. There's no question about it. You just got to feel sickened to know that Katie Blackmore made this error as she tried to two-hand the ball and just more or less whips on it. She's a great player. She's been a great player for 4 years here at Lockport. It's just a shame that this game has got to end the way it did, but the weirdness we talked about a few innings ago came up right here and happened to Lockport.
Chatham Glenwood will move into the state championship game against Harlem. Those are the faces of high school sports. "20 innings in this game. The winner, the Redskins from Chatham Glenwood. An error by Lockport closed it out. Glenwood 2, Lockport 1. The final in 20.
www. Wait.
To turn it on, I have to wait. Basically, I'm doing a lot of waiting.
With Media One,
Just click, 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 and you're there.
Throughout the day, I am one click away from the internet.
broadband technology speeds everything up. It's fast.
Instead of pushing a button 50 times and getting a busy signal.
Media One is always on.
It's fast.
It changed my life, my internet life.
It is unbelievable.
Media One Express. This is broadband. This is the way.
Sievers pump, right down! They will once again play the Class 6A state championship ballgame. Joliet is going to Peoria!
It will be a game that softball fans from across the state of Illinois will be talking about for many years to come. 20 innings in the state semifinals before Chatham-Glenwood advances 2-1 over the Lockport Porters. And welcome back. I'm Dave Bernhardt along with Bob Gonsolin. Bob, we've been talking for about 4.5 hours, nearly 5 hours. I don't know what more thoughts we could have. Almost speechless, really, at this point.
Speechless because I can't believe really what I saw happen out of the all-state outfielder, Katie Blackmore. I just feel terrible that this happened to her. If it had been a clean hit that went into the gap, that'd be one feeling, but it's a ball I guarantee she's going to think about maybe for the rest of her life that she should have caught.
Well, you called that particular play in terms of a play like that about midway through this game when you said you thought this game would end on a crazy play, and it did.
Yeah, because we'd just about seen everything else. You know, we hadn't really seen that yet, but you know, I have to tip my hat to Glenwood. They really stuck in there with Lockport, and they just ended up on top.
Well, a memorable state tournament here as far as Media One is concerned. We brought you a game that ended about 2 o'clock in the morning, came back here and brought you a 20-inning affair. But, Bob, it just caps off a great season of coverage here on Media One for baseball and softball.
Well, I got to tell you, I've really had a lot of fun. I appreciate the opportunity to do the work here for Media One. Dave, you're a professional. There's no question about that. There's a good crew here, and I'm honored to work with everybody here.
And we still have more sports coverage. Of course, we have a Sports Zone coming up Wednesday nights at 6:30. But that will do it today here at Mary M. Bell Field on the campus of Northern Illinois University. In the state semifinals, the Porters go down 2-1 in 20 innings to Chatham-Glenwood. For our entire Media One crew and for Bob Gonsolin, I'm Dave Bernhardt. Thanks for joining us in this sports season, everybody. So long now. today. Hendrickson's on the move. Carbonero will shoot him down. Finn Bohr is a .414 hitter. He leads the team in RBIs with 9, and he gets this one, a breaking pitch driven deep to left field. Back goes Walker. He's not going to get this one. It's out of here. Got the best of Joliet earlier this season, a 1-run loss for the Steelmen. Benavides, this one's right down the pipe, and it's hammered by Luvano. This one will scoot to the center field wall. Luvano will stretch it into second, and he's coming all the way to third. The relay from Sitz to third. They got him.